Free love was too tame for him. Free love, free was too tame Okay, sorry to keep y'all waiting, but we are here. Dream has finally begun. We just, yeah, there we go. There we are. Hello, is everybody doing? How's everybody doing? We're back! You're so fucking back! Oh, wait, I gotta turn off desktop audio, that's right. Okay, now it should just be voice mod doing this thing. So, yeah, I was preparing my dinner while waiting for everybody. Hello, Falco DD8. Hello, Art Gale, the Gale Wind. Matt Say, always a pleasure banning you, of course, obviously. And who else do we got? Who else do we got on here? Right? We got yeah. I just finished. Well, everybody, I'm gonna need y'all to give me some W's because I just finished the hardest quarter I've ever had in my master's program. Audio's broken. Wait, what do you mean? What? Ah, that might be the game. It might be the game. Okay. 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 Does this sound better? Is this sounding better? Okay. It should be better. Like, because I did turn down the gain. Let me know if the mic. Wait, still glitching? What exactly are you hearing? What exactly do you guys mean by glitching? Stuttering? And I'll get to the bottom of this real quick. This is why I don't stream, guys. You see? Oh my gosh. Is it? Maybe. Oh my gosh.
Wrong mic. Set to the wrong mic. Let me. Okay, this should be. Okay. Okay. All right. This should. All right. That should fix the problem. Ideally. Let me know if that fixes the problem, and y'all better say it did. There we go. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Thanks for letting me know before we actually started this chat. Cause like, oh my goodness, if we were going through, that'd be really embarrassing. But anyways, holy crap, Lois! What do we got? What we got to rank this year? Last year we had quite a few stuff. Like we got Full Metal Alchemist. We got a bunch of Sonic games. We got like just Sonic stuff in general. But what do we got this year? We got some Jonathan Wickathan. We got several Marvel movies as opposed to just the one Marvel show I watched last year, including chat the debut of comics. Oh, what the? How that was just really quiet. What the heck? On my end. Anyways, but yeah, also, we have Sonic comics, Marvel comics, Spawn comics. What else do we got? Oh shit, we got Alan Becker and Doom? Whoa, no way. And look at this, look at all this Godzilla media. And Devil May Cry, no way, there's a lot this year, oh my goodness. So, what do y'all say we get started and start ranking everything? But before we get into that noise, we have a presentation. Yes, I literally made a presentation specifically for this stream. Alright. Read Ghost Rider Road to Damnation some months ago. I should read that. I should read that soon. Alright. Yeah, it's actually more than last year. And I will say that, like, for the 2026 media thread, like, I am also still working on that in the background. And then, like working on that, sometimes I just don't feel like, oh, it's not good? Oh my gosh. Okay. Thanks for the warning, I guess. Alright, but anyways, yeah. So, like, I do have some, fuck, lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? Okay. Yeah, okay, let me turn up the gain a little bit. Yeah, okay. Stream's good on everybody's end. God bless. Okay. Now then, what we shall do. Okay, what was... Oh yeah, sometimes I just don't feel like putting, like, a new media thing in the thread. Just keep an eye on the oven. And then... Yeah, so... And, like, that was also the case for this year. That's why a majority of, like, the comics weren't really being discussed here. Like, none of this chicanery. I don't think any of the Sonic comics were on the media thread either. And there are some other things. Also on Nintendo Direct, I only watched the Nintendo Direct, and I thought it was pretty good. And, like, though I did hear about the new Spyro game coming out, and I also saw the trailer for God of War Laufey. I'm looking forward to both of those. But anyways, I say we're good to go. And once again, I just finished my master's quarter, and one of the classes was kicking my ass, so I told it to stop and kicked its ass. All right. Oh yeah, Persona 6. That was another announcement. I don't think I'll be playing that, but it is good to know that it's coming soon. But yeah, let's just jump into it. Let's just jump into it, why don't we? Ranking every single media entry thread, every single entry, my 2025 media thread. Not necessarily in the order where I checked everything out. Aw, I inspire you to make your own media tier list, that's sweet. But just in the order that I felt was the most cohesive. And to start off, we got John Wick. I started the year with John Wick, and then I ended it with John Wick. Ended the year with John Wick 3. I wanted to go to a New Year's Eve event in Chicago, but I got sick and couldn't really do anything. So, like, I just stayed home and watched John Wick 3. But anyways, the first movie, I think, is a solid B tier. Like, oh yeah, let me put on the funny music that we all love. And it shouldn't be too loud this time. But anyways, yeah. So like, let's move on. Let's go to the presentation real fast. It's like, this is all that qualifies for my media thread. Movies or shows I've never seen before, games I've never played, books I've never read, albums I've never listened to, etc. Games or shows I started before the year but played or watched the vast majority of this year. Separate seasons or volumes of media will count as separate entries in a thread but not for the tier list. Singular episodes of indie cartoons, like Digital Circus, for example, also count as separate entries. Sometimes, Beaver Baba Yaga, real. Sometimes I just don't remember to add an entry. But yeah, anyways, John Wick, I watched the first 3 movies, and the first film, what I really thought was interesting is that it sort of frames the film from like from the antagonist's point of view, where it's like framing John Wick as like this unstoppable force, and I think is a really interesting direction. But other than that, I just didn't quite get it. I mean, obviously I enjoyed it as like a standalone film, but like people were saying that, during when this film first came out, people were saying that like it's franchise worthy, and I didn't quite see it. I've got to say, though I will say though, like all the color grading, the color grading made the visuals very memorable, and John Wick's grappling fighting style makes the fights feel more tense, because like obviously he has to get up close and personal, so like it's either a chance he's able to theoretically one-shot his opponents, but at the same time he's also kind of vulnerable depending on how heavy his opponent is. There's a John Wick game? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. But anyways. Yeah, again, I just didn't really see much of a franchise potential. Not because it's like a generic story or anything, but like it just felt like a solidly self-contained narrative that like worked from beginning to end, and like didn't feel like it left any room for a sequel. But then I watched the sequels. And these movies are a lot better than, well, I mean, not a lot better. Like, I put them both in the same tier, personally. Like, as for which one I like more between John Wick 2 or 3, it depends on my mood. But I will say John Wick 2's ending is fucking peak. Like, that's how you do a sequel, Hulk. Holy shit. It also fleshes out some other stuff like the Continental and other assassins, and nuances John Wick's character. Like John Wick 2, he just outright says that he actually is afraid of death, despite his prowess. And like, that really says a lot about the character to me. And it also makes perfect sense to dive deeper, because since the first film was more from the antagonist's perspective, hey, make this from John's perspective now. So like, bam, you got a free direction right there. Oh, the game's a prequel to the... What? Are we going Kingdom Hearts? Is this a movie version of Kingdom Hearts? What? Excuse me? Okay. That's wild. Yeah, and most people agree, so yeah, okay, so I have the correct opinion. God bless. Alright. Okay, what's next? After the Jonathan Wickethans? Jujutsu Kaisen 0. Right, this is the movie. Honestly, I just think JJK in general, I would put in this tier, like C tier instead of B tier. Because, like, after watching Season 2, after watching Season 2, it's like, some of the stuff that I found fun and compelling in the first season just wasn't as good, in my opinion. But I'd still say it was good. But like, I did watch it before Season 2, obviously. And Yuta was an alright protagonist. Like, he was, like, I could remember his name, I could remember his existence. I also thought that like, the relationship between his childhood friend, which is also his stand, kind of, that was pretty nifty. And like, I actually did talk about like Season 2 for the most part. Like, updating, I would put it in C tier instead of B tier at this point. Yeah, Season 1 did set the bar high. Like, though Yuji became my favorite character over Gojo, and the Mayuto fight was peak. Like, Mayuto fight was really fucking good. I gotta admit that. Okay. Up next is Rivals of Ether 2. And guys, I have bad news. I've really fallen off of Rivals 2. Like, honestly, it really pains me to say this because I played the first Rivals of Aether in early access. I love that game. Like, it's still like a great innovation on the platform fighter genre. But Rivals 2? I mean, like, first of all, it did that thing that Nintendo Switch games were doing, like Sports Tennis Aces, Golf Super Rush, Switch Sports, etc. Where it's like they were doing the finish it later, because there's like a lot less content. Like the arcade mode, there's no like mini story in the arcade mode anymore. There's no color editor. Like, I don't know if that, like, I haven't played the game in a few months, admittedly. But also like and it feels like I thought we left this finish it later mentality back in 2022 when Strikers Battle League flopped. It says Strikers Charts, I know, but I fucked up there. But also, it's just way too fucking grindy for no reason. Like, that's all you can really do for it's all, like, that's the only way you can unlock anything. Like, it does still have, like you beat arcade mode with no continues on the hardest difficulty. I believe you still have to do it within a certain amount of time? I believe so, I want to say. By the way, you get a skin or something. I don't know. Oh, and there's no Abyss mode. That kind of sucks. We'll get to Marvel's Rivals later. Though, I will admit, I do like how the Battle Pass was handled. I thought it was pretty interesting, where, like, every single one was free, and, like, if you missed out on the rewards by the time a new one comes out, you can just say, switch to the other Battle Pass, and you'll be able to grind rewards for that. That's a good feature that I think Battle Passes should do more often. But as far as gameplay goes, like, okay. I was disappointed that they made it much closer to, like, regular Smash Brothers as opposed to, like, Rivals of Aether 1 basically doing its own, like, taking plenty of elements from Smash Brothers, but ultimately feeling like more like its own thing. I think the ledge system is pretty neat, where it's like, and like in general you have like special attacks on your get up attack and your ledge attack and even your grabs. That's pretty good. And like movement is still as fun and fluid as ever. I gotta admit that. And the characters and like, just look at the character designs up here, chat. Like, they actually transition really well into 3D. Oh, hey, my phone went off, I guess. Oh, hey, I gotta pull out my muffins in a little bit. And, like, just all these particle effects from Maypole's leaves, and then you have Claren's beam saber and the new shield break animation. Oh, why does the top say your review? Wait, it does? Oh shit. Oops. Let me fix that. Chat, y'all really gotta tell me this shit. If you don't start telling me what I'm doing wrong, I'm gonna ban every single person in the chat right now. Okay? Okay? Alright. Anyways. I'll go take out my muffins and then get into my gripes with the game. Alright, I'll be back. Okay, now I'm letting the muffins cool, because, like, you actually gotta cool a little more. Alright, now, like I said, it feels way closer to Smash Brothers than I feel is necessary. And it's like, it kind of loses its own identity, in my opinion. And also, the throw text system, I just don't think was designed particularly well. Like, I mean, I do think it has some interesting ideas. Like, it has a sort of rock, paper, scissors moment. And then, and like, where it's like, if you, well, no, it's not rock, paper, scissors. It's like, you have, like, you can either throw, you can pummel, or you can use a special pummel. Like, and if, like, you're grabbed and you guess correctly what they're gonna do, then, like, you'll break the throw. You'll break out of the grab. But the problem is, you can't do that for throws. Like, you can break out of grabs if they choose to pummel or special pummel, but not if they choose to throw. It's like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, and yeah, crouch canceling is just really dumb in this game. But I think one thing that I'm not super keen on, well, I mean, actually, this kind of requires some complicated stuff, like, kind of complicated for me to tell, but the music is a real mixed bag for me. Let me just pause this real quick, and then, like, let me show you what I mean, chat. Like, just, I'm gonna, because it's like, its original songs are Ether 2 OST. Its original songs are actually really solid. Let me just pick one at random. Merchant Port, Aquawall, Tempest Peak. Oh, wait, no, I think, no, I don't think. Wait, wait, yeah, okay. Because, like, we'll focus on Air Armada for right now. And let me unmute the desktop audio real quick. Like, listen to this. See that guitar? Drums? Let me just make sure y'all can hear it. Ooh, those drums though. How'd you already? I didn't. You just started. You didn't miss too much. Like we just started not that long ago. But yeah. I don't think I want that. Can y'all hear the music fine enough, guys? Let me know. Like, let me know if you can hear the music just fine. No. We just started, like, not that long ago, like 20 minutes ago. Okay. Seems like people can hear the music fine enough. But yeah, this is actually quite solid. Let me play the Ho Dojo theme, this one. I think this is another highlight of mine. Yeah, this is a great one. Listen to that pan flute with like the synth sound, like the rival synth sound. That's just really good. In the drums though, drums are really fucking good. Yeah, it kind of does sound like Mega Man because like it has had a pixel art style. But on the other hand, you listen. My main problem is that the old soundtracks are just way worse, in my opinion. Like, their remixes of already good music, so like they're not bad, but I don't know. First of all, they didn't include the Forsburn stage theme, which is my favorite song from the first game. So sad. But let me go to Armada again, like just to show you what I'm talking about. Actually, no, I need y'all to listen to the. I need you guys to listen. I need you guys to listen to like the original Air Armada. Here. Yeah, that's it. Alright, listen. Just so you can listen to the difference. Oh wait, no, this is the old version. No, we gotta play the updated version. We gotta play like the updated version, which has an extension. Burning Hideout. That was the Forest Burn stage theme name. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Definitive Edition soundtrack. Select Fiery Ambitions, World Map, Fight and Flight. Yeah, you gotta listen to the original here. Okay, so you got the guitar. Listen to that cymbal. And then, here come the drums. Yeah. I didn't want to listen to the whole thing because this song slaps. This track slaps. Then, here we go. Here we go. Alright, yeah. Now let's listen to the Rivals of Ether 2 version. First of all, build-up already has way less energy. Though they did extend the intro, which is pretty neat. Like, it starts to get a little more energy. 2, 3, 4. First problem! An octave lower. Why? And the drums just feel way weaker here. Like than they did in the original version. Like, y'all can hear this, right? Yeah. There was a Ruby Rose mod in like the Rivals Workshop, but I think that's for the first game, not the second one. Okay, that drum build will be pretty good. And then like it just becomes like the original again. It's like, why couldn't you do that before? Wild. Where's the... Okay, there. Put this music back on. Yeah, and so that's my main problem with Rivals' soundtrack. It's original songs, but it's remixes. It's like, I don't know what happened. And like, I don't think... And like, Rockwall is the same... Rockwall... Hey, Zero Door. The Rockwall is like the same sort of thing as well, and like I don't think like every original track from the first game was like hindered in that sort of way, but it's something that I noticed while playing the game, and it's just like It was just not for me. But you know what I find really funny, chat? When multiverses, when like the definitive version of multiverses first came out, people were using this game, Rivals of Ether 2, as the better multiverses. Well then how the fuck did I rank it lower than multiverses? Like, what are you talking about? If this is the better game, why is it in D tier? I put multiverses in C last year. Yes, Sonic Racing Crossworlds is on this tier list. Stop asking. But yes! Like, fuck off, internet. Y'all are dumb. Alright, let's talk about Gentry Chow versus the Underworld and why it's absolute cinema. Yeah. Gotcha like a moth to a flame. That's not that intro slaps. Holy shit, I love that. Love that intro. And like, what I really liked about this is that they made a love triangle not insufferable for once. Because like, for once the love triangle is more about the girl instead of the two guys. Already a plus. And like, it's also based around their actual connections. And like, what they want out of like the triangle is between Gentry, Michael, and Kit. Who's like, and like, Kit wants to be more human, and like, Gentry has helped him with that. And like, Michael is also like, was also a childhood friend of Gentry. And like, they also have some baggage with each other. Like, yeah, he does get shafted by the end because his powers never really get explored, despite being heavily hinted at through most of the beginning and even the opening. But like, other than that, yeah, good character. Good character. A good love triangle, actually. Cause I didn't groan, not once. I also thought that Flora was shockingly morally gray, and I was not expecting that. I won't spoil how, but like, I mean, it's morally gray relatively to a kid's cartoon, of course. So like, we're not gonna get any. So like, you're not gonna get any Walter White-esque drama out of Flora, but still. And like, the show also uses Chinese mythology, but I don't know a whole lot about Chinese mythology myself, so like, I can't really comment on its accuracy. Though if anybody does, then like, they can inform me, I guess. Though all I really do know about it, like, I vaguely know about Naja, and I also and like, there was also like the cat thing. It was like Neko something, but either way, I immediately knew that was Japanese mythology. Like, I didn't know. I was a little confused as to what that was doing in a show that's more based around Chinese mythology. Maybe they have a connection. I don't know. But that just kind of caught me off guard, coming from someone who doesn't know jack shit about Chinese mythology and virtually nothing about Japanese mythology. Anyways, let's talk about this animation style. Like, just look at some of these scans. Like, the top right picture up here, they added a grain effect to the background so that it helps the environment look detailed, but without like completely distracting you from like the characters, who have like obviously more vibrant colors and like more saturated and brighter colors and like more intricate designs. Or they just have like subtle, like very, very subtle RGB pops during moments that are more tense. And like, that just makes the backgrounds look really, really good. Yeah, it kind of does look like Scott Pilgrim in a sense. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they used a similar animation style. Like, now that I'm, or like if the same animation team worked on it, or some of the same people worked on both shows. I don't know. But where the fuck is season 2, Netflix? I'm still waiting for season 2. You cancel this? You better not cancel. Better not cancel. You better give us season 2. Alright. Talk about Marvel Rivals in a bit, but I think my muffins have cooled off enough, so I'll go get them out. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Marvel Rivals. I'm giving it a B. Putting it in B tier. Like, I think 2025 was where I actually started to play shooters. Like, there was Hero Shooter, and we're gonna get to Doom in a little bit. Like, at some point. But this was the first one I played in the year. Yeah, Marvel. I like the game. I like it quite a bit. Let's go back to the. Oh, the heck? My presentation. Okay, yeah. And I think that everyone's playstyle being diverse, like for their roles, makes it actually fun to play as so many characters. Yeah, Apocalypse in this game would be pretty neat. And it's also, like, they didn't need to, like, actually create its own lore or substance or whatever. But they did anyway, and it's fucking amazing. I love that so much. Yeah, they just added Cyclops. I haven't played him yet. I've only played, like, for the most part, just the first 3 seasons? Like, I haven't played it in a long time. But that's not because I fell off of it or anything. It's just that I'm playing other games. Yes, we need Ghost Rider in the game, absolutely. And, like, playing this with friends, like, I played this in a call with the Trash Picks group. We had a fucking blast! It was genuinely amazing. Like, it is so much better when you're playing with friends. Honestly, there's a lot of Marvel characters I would want to see. Like, I think at this point we should really be asking what Marvel characters we do not want to see in Marvel Rivals. Because, like, there's a ton of fun ideas. Okay, Red Skull, fair enough. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Fuck, you saying J. Jonah Jameson makes me want him in the game now? For no other reason other than him being the joke character? Yeah, what they did to Jeff was pretty tragic. I think my main problem is the movement speed. It's just a little too slow for my liking. But anyways, here are my mains for each role. For tanks, Mag-fucking-Nito and Captain America. For DPS, Moon Knight and Star-Lord. I also tried Wolverine, but I just kept playing worse and worse with him. And for support, Adam Warlock and Invisible Woman. I haven't tried every new character yet. Like, if I was able to dedicate more time to this game, then, like, I'd probably start trying to get good with Gambit. And, like, obviously Deadpool, because, like, you can have him be in any of the 3 roles, which is a really interesting idea, actually. Yeah, I love the cinematics and animations that they add, and, like, extra animations. There's so much personality to them. Okay, now we gotta talk about Marvel movies. And there's quite a few of them. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so, like, literally just a few of them. Alright. Alright, so. Brave New World, I saw this with my parents. My mom loved it. My dad didn't like it. And me? I thought it was okay. Like, it is one of the less loved MCU projects of, at least, especially of recent memory. But I don't know, I kind of liked it. Like, I didn't think it was that bad. Like, the main thing for me is that made the MCU feel connected again. Because that was a problem that the MCU was having, like, several years ago. It's just that all these shows and movies just didn't feel like they were connected at all, unless if they featured a character that's already had a movie before. And that just kind of sucked. But here, we get some, like, they play off the plot of, like, the Eternals, for instance, and the 2007 Hulk movie, I think? Whatever year it came out? But, either way. And I also don't mind the message of holding the government accountable instead of actively changing it, like Captain America stories typically are. 2008, okay, thank you. Because like, Falcon is just, because like, Sam is just became the new Captain America, so he might be playing it, he might want to just play it safe. But I think what killed this film was the marketing. Now, I am the type of person who says that, who like, forever argues that marketing should have nothing to do with the product. This is an exception, though. Because they had Red Hulk all over the marketing, but for some reason, like, the film played it up like it was supposed to be some twist reveal. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? And, like, I'm pretty sure Thunderbolt Ross is already Red Hulk in the comics, so comic fans wouldn't even be phased by, well, I mean, actually, they might get excited to see that, oh, is he gonna become Red Hulk? Maybe, but marketing ruined any and all chances of that. But I think what really makes this movie for me are the fight scenes. Let me see if I can... I may need to exit presentation mode. Oops. There we go. Like, I think the final fight is just everything I ended up liking about this movie, to be honest. Because, like, okay, so, Sam as Captain America, he can fly. He has adamantium wings. And he has long-range attacks. And Red Hulk is just a big puncher. Big punchy boy. Big punchy muscle boy. Yet, somehow, Red Hulk is actually putting Sam on the back foot in terms of fucking mobility. Like, and it actually... Trying to get copyrighted? No copyright law in the universe is going to stop me. But yeah, so do you know how he gets around this? Okay, let me, like... Okay, I don't know if this clip has... I don't think this clip has it, but... He gets around it by relying on his wings' piercing capabilities. AKA... what makes him, as Captain America, stand out from Steve. Absolute cinema. That specific moment, absolute cinema. Even if the rest of the movie was just fine, that moment really worked for me. Like, that I thought was kind of brilliant. And, like, it was also kind of foreshadowed in like, the earlier fight scenes where we got to see, like, Sam's fighting style, how he uses his wings and shield and all that stuff. There was one spot they released prior to the movie's release that made me not want to watch it at all. It was the one guy with the... It was the guy with the bike. Eh. That's fair. But yeah, I think the fight scenes just, like, really carry this movie for me. Like, are they the best among the MCU? I'd have to get back to you on that one. But they're all really great. Now, Thunderbolts. I did not think Thunderbolts was peak, but I still really liked it. It had a lot of great elements to it. Like, first of all, Yelena's the main character. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Yelena's the main character. We stand Yelena. She's a queen. Like, easily one of my favorite MCU characters so right now. And, like, yeah, it does also have to play off of, like, the Black Widow sacrifice, which, like, some people really didn't like that, but, And, like, Valentina is kind of lame. Like, she's just not really a fun character. But I like the dynamic between everybody else, like, U.S. Agent, Red Guardian, Bucky, and Ghost. Oh yeah, the Sentry stuff was also really good, especially the Void. Like, that scene where like, Yelena goes into the Void, that's actually really good. Yeah, Sentry vs. Prime is gonna go hard. I'm looking forward to it, even though, like, I'm not gonna be able to make it to the premiere, because I'm actually representing my church in a pride parade that same day, that same time, so I'll have to watch it later. But still. Yeah, I thought this was a solid movie. And, like, I do want to see these characters again. Next is Superman. Oh, why did I hit escape? I'm dumb. Alright, Superman. Oh yeah, I watched Sentry's analysis. I thought it was great. I was really hooked on the sneak peek of the analysis. Now, Superman. Okay, I do need to address that there is some, like, specific controversy about the film's context. Like, to ease into it, like, it is going for, like, we'll get to some of it in a bit. But I will say I have heard that there is some, like, really mixed, if not bad messages that the film has. But I don't know too much about him. I just know that people have been saying it. Clayface is gonna go hard. Can't wait for it. And who here in the chat is gonna watch Supergirl? I might go see that, though I'm definitely gonna read the Woman of Tomorrow comic first. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Same day as Star Fox? Oh, I didn't even know that. But anyways, I still put this film in A. Because it has some other things I like. Like, the casting is just perfect. David Cornswet as Clark. Eddie Gathegi as Mr. Terrific. He deserves a solo film, as you can see. I forget who played Lois, but she was also great. And, like, Nicholas Hoult as Lex, it did kind of take me some time to get used to. Because, like, I'm used to more lower-pitched Lex Luthors. But, like, he 100% acts like Lex. Like, he's like the biggest fucking hater of all time, and it's great. Money is limited. Yeah, but money is limited. Yeah, I get it. But, like, chat, I would very much appreciate some money so I could buy the Star Fox game and watch Supergirl. So if any of you want to give me money, now would be a perfect time. Thank you. We have chat alerts now, for those who remember from last stream. At least he was a bit 100%. Yeah. Yeah, Batman v Superman is my least favorite movie of all time. Keep in mind, I'm not a cinephile, so, like, if anyone wants to say you really need to watch more movies, I agree. But, like, out of all the movies I've seen, Batman v Superman is my least favorite. So many things I just hate about it on principle. Superman now has 2 whole good movies. What's the other? Wait, oh, come on. He's got, like, at least a little more than that. With the... What was the original active? Casey Reeves? Superman? Like the Donnerverse? What was the actor's name again from the Donnerverse? Still wild how Jason Momoa actually got to play Love real. I really want to see that in action. It's gonna be... It just sounds so much fun. Mm-hmm. Christopher Reeves. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Christopher, not Casey. Anyways. But yeah, we all know that Nicholas Hoult has the 1A. We all love the 1As. Chat, press 1A if you're a punk rocker. But anyways, here we get to some of my problems. Like, that controversy that I alluded to earlier, it does involve the war subplot. I don't know I don't know what everyone is saying in the conversation, but I just thought the war subplot was kind of a mess and low-key unnecessary, or at least could have been tied together if it just had another draft. And the ending is also kind of like a... Well, Clark exposes Lex and just seems to be instantly redeemed by the public. I mean, I mean, he's already confirmed to get a sequel, so maybe they're gonna explore that, like, in that movie. But, like, it does tie into the immigration subplot, which, like, despite being, like, hyped up as, like, a more leftist film, where it's, like, you know, like, clearly free Palestine, free Ukraine, allegories, and, like, pro-immigration, it is taking a more centrist approach. And, like, it just falls back on the nature versus nurture angle, which is fine on its own. But given that, like, I just feel like you need to do way more than that for immigration. Because, like, even if it's true that who you're raised to be is not inherently in line with where you come from. But, like, not everybody is gonna agree with that. Like, if they hear some scandal about you comes out, then their view of you completely changes. And it's just kind of disappointing that the film didn't really engage with that too much. As much as it should have. That and Crypto did kind of get on my nerves at times. Like, especially when he just starts licking Clark instead of, like, listening to his orders. Like, that was just a really contrived moment. Like, annoyingly contrived. That said, there's a reason why I'm putting it in A and not B. I feel like, especially during the marketing, people got a little too caught up in the immigration quote. Like, yeah, grifters especially got too caught up in it. But, like, a lot of people seem to ignore that, like, okay, not ignore, but they don't talk about the other part of that quote, which, let me look it up real quick. James Gunn, Superman, immigration quote. Okay, being an immigrant. Okay, let me see. Of an immigrant that came from other places. Wait, okay, this isn't the quote I'm thinking of. Okay, here's the quote I'm thinking of. I mean, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant that came from other places. Go away. An immigrant that came from... Go away. An immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, like for James Gunn, it is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something we have lost. That's the angle I took with the movie, and that's why I really liked it. Admittedly, I think that it probably wouldn't have resonated with people as much if it was released like a few years ago, like while Biden was president, for instance. Gosh, stop. Go away! But this film with that kind of message, I just think it came out at the exact time it needed to. And that's why people were so happy about it. People love the film so much. Why I really enjoyed it. And yeah. James Gunn is a great filmmaker. Grifters are just being dumb. The sooner society learns to ignore grifters and everything they do, the better. Mm-hmm. Hope, pill, and base, baby. We love that. Now for Fantastic Four, First Steps. Another film with, like, essentially perfect casting, at least in terms of chemistry. Generally some of the best in any superhero movie. And, like, the story also just feels much more focused than Superman. Like, it also has, like, a plot line going on between, like, the baby and, like, Galactus is coming. But, like, it feels like it connects way better. And also, can we just take a moment to appreciate how fucking good this film's CGI is? Like, look at that. Look at the thing here. Look at Grimm. Look at Ben Grimm. Just look at... Holy shit. That's so good. And look at the Silver Surfer. Just generally, anytime the Surfer is on screen, great. Great. It looks phenomenal. I love it. And even Galactus. Like, holy shit. They, like, aside from the size, they did him so much justice here. Like, because look at how he rises out of the water and then the light gleaming from his eyes. And this isn't even the best looking scene that he's in. I'd argue that's more his appearance. Like, his first appearance in the film. Surfer woman in the... Yeah, it's, Shala Ball, I think her name is. Also, yay, Galactus isn't a cloud. Real. No cloud Galactus. Thank you. Hell yeah. Alright. It does have... I pressed escape again. Chat, I'm so stupid. It does have some problems, like, while the Surfer is just generally a visual treat, like, the arc she has is really short. Like, I mean, it's functional, it works, but, like, I just felt it could have used more focus. But generally speaking, this sounds like it just has, like, it's just a better version of Superman. But it's another Supreme, but it goes in the Supreme tier. It's another S tier. And, like, I didn't think about it. Like, I probably just put this top at A normally, but it's all the little things that it did. Like, how it conveys the passing of time. Obviously... obviously there's, like, the baby, which is really easy. Johnny's kind of sidelined. Yeah, that is... I would agree with that, even if I think that he played his part better, like, than the Surfer did, in my opinion. Like, character arc-wise. But then there's another scene that conveys the passing of time, and it's when, like, there's a part where Ben gets a really bad shave job, and then Johnny makes a joke that's like, "Hey, you're trying to grow a beard?" Like, just like a teasing about his bad shave job. But then later on, while they're working on the device, on the teleporter device, you actually see that Ben did grow a full-on beard, and they call attention to it, and it's like, oh, that's actually really cool. That's a really cool attention to detail. I like that. Taking a joke and like expanding on it to benefit the story. That's really cool, actually. And yeah, the visuals. Yeah, CGI therefore S tier. All right. Okay. Now we got comics. All right, I'm gonna need to eat a muffin for this one. Okay. First Ghost Rider yeah, comics. We got comics here. Holy shit, chat. I didn't know Death Battle fans read comics. I thought they hated Marvel and DC oversaturation. Alright. But the first one is Ghost Rider Volume 6 by Daniel Way and Jason Aaron. Just their runs. Very, very fun stuff. Very nice story. And I'll probably put it above John Wick's. Like the Wick films. I just think the stakes are really good. I love Ghost Rider too. Yeah, the Ghost Rider comics I read just made him one of my favorite, like, comic book characters of all time. Like, I'm glad that I checked out his comics. Does he get nerfed in that? I don't know what that means. I don't think so. And I mean, Ghost Rider beats somebody to death with a Bible. What more could you want? And gun nuns versus zombie bikers. Need we say more? It's like so fucking good, man. It's like such a fun ride. And Heaven's on Fire, it's short, but it has a godlike ending. That's why I probably put it in the same tier. Like, roughly the same spot. I should check out some more Ghost Rider comics. Just generally. Now, this, the World War Hulk Omnibus. For the record, this is not just the World War Hulk run. This is the full-on World War Hulk event, which includes way more than just a handful of Hulk comics. Like, it collects ghosts. I ran to do a double take while reading Jason Aaron's Ghost Rider run, where it's like I saw World War Hulk and I was like, wait, what's that doing here? Is it like crossover? No, it's actually just a part of the event. And then it also collects Invincible Iron Man, Invincible Iron Man, Heroes for Hire, Avengers the Initiative, Punisher War Journal, and what do you mean there's a third Ant-Man? Eric O'Grady? Who the fuck is that? And so like, as far as ranking goes, I'm not super confident in like where I should actually be ranking it. Like, I'm just putting it in like either the bottom or middle of C tier, just because like reading all those comics, like having to read so many different comics from different stories, it did kind of start to lose its focus. Or no, not the story. Like, I started losing some focus. Like, it's mainly my fault. But I liked some of what was there. I thought Sentry was really well utilized in the story. And there were also plenty of other good stuff, like one of New York's tallest buildings comes alive and like makes a jobber out of like 5 Marvel Heralds. So that's something. In Ghost Rider Volume 10, aka Benjamin Percy's run. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Chat. This left a much bigger emotional impact on me than I expected it to. And that does go into personal reasons. A lot of it does. But I will go over some surface level things that are great. Talia Warwood is a great deuteragonist. Wolverine gets to show up and be the GOAT. It has some really good fight scenes. Blackheart's in it, and he's great. It's just hard for me to explain why I love it so much without going into that personal side for me. So as I said in the initial entry, this is one of 2 media things ever to just emotionally break me in a way that I felt was necessary. The other one being Whiplash, my favorite movie of all time. Yeah, kind of feels like a cop-out, but yeah. Oh yeah, and Danny Ketch also played a great role in this, and in Jason Aaron's run too. Now, Ghost Rider Final Judgment. This I felt was like a solid conclusion, but it did feel like more the Hood featuring. No, no. The Hood was Ghost Rider. So like, that makes sense. Okay, I'll put it above John Wick actually. Above John Wick and above Final Judgment. I guess a solid conclusion. It's just that I feel like I need to learn more about the Hood. And I feel like it could have benefited from, like, more issues so that it had more of a story. Okay. For the next comic, I'm just gonna put the slide on screen while I eat another muffin so y'all can process it. Yeah. Real. Spawn is very glazed. What's wrong with Spawn's comics? Well, during Lewis 1382. Problem 1. These fuckers, every time I see them, I skip the page. They add nothing but excessively long exposition dumps that just simply recap what you already read. And there's also so much obnoxious narration that's just self-indulgent, even if it's because 90s writing, therefore. It's just like, shut the fuck up, narrator. Let the story actually have some fucking pacing for once. Cause like this is literally like an M-rated version of the narrator from Peppa Pig. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding about that. It's literally if the narrator from Peppa Pig was in a comic book that was marketed towards adults. These are the newscasters. And they all say the same fucking thing. And they don't add any new perspectives. None at all. Problem 2. Pacing. It's all over the place. Now, I only read like the first 54, 55 issues. But like, I felt like that was all I needed. I'll be real. Like, I don't think I needed to read anything else. Like, sometimes it lingers in certain scenes for way too long. Sometimes it speedruns things that shouldn't have been speedran. Sometimes it meanders aimlessly. And sometimes Violator shows up. And every time he does, he overstays his welcome and he bores me. Yeah, Falco. F in the chat for Falco DD8 for having read all of Spawn's comics. And yeah, problem 3. The supporting cast blows. Not just Violator, but also Terry, who's like Al's wife's second husband. It's like his writing is Wanda, yeah. His writing felt very inconsistent to me, especially like when it came down to his relationship with Al. It just shit wasn't working. And Wanda should have had more agency. Like, it felt like she just didn't have much going on beyond just being Al's, aside from just she used to be Al's wife, and she has a kid with Terry now. Normally this is F tier worthy, but no, I put it in E. I put it in E tier. And that's because there are genuinely some good things. Like, Spawn may be, like, glazed to hell and back in more ways than one. Like, by pop culture and so many other people. But, like, Todd should be lucky that he just created an effortlessly badass character. Because, like, he does have a moral compass, and like, the appeal of him is that he's very, like, not smart with knowing what's right and wrong. Like, it's something he grapples with, and sometimes he's genuinely made to look like an idiot, but not in a way that degrades him, just in a way where it's like, okay, he made he made a couple mistakes, but, like, you yourself would probably make those mistakes as well. Also, there were some genuinely compelling issues from Grant Morrison, Frank Miller, and they did add some legitimately great emotional moments. Like, Grant Morrison especially added this one part where Spawn has to say goodbye to Wanda one last time. It's a really, really good emotional beat, actually. But then Todd McFarlane just writes the rest of the series, and they never come back. None of the good writers come back for Spawn. Not even a little bit. Pain. Todd's a great artist, but he still sucks at writing. How is he not improved? Nah. Cartoon series is pretty good, though. Oh yeah, and the Angela miniseries, it just kind of exists. Like, it's there. It's like super short, so it's kind of hard to, like, say anything about it. But the cartoon series, I only watched the first season, but again, I liked it. It's pretty good. People were glazing Keith David as Spawn, but truth be told, I don't think people were glazing it enough. I don't think people have been glazing it enough. Like, dead ass. Oh, wait. Sorry, we'll get to that in a bit. And, like, it's not even just him. I also think that Violator's voice actor single-handedly made me actually like Violator. Like, made me think he was a good villain. Like, just listen to Violator's voice from the Spawn cartoon. Also, like, his voice actor did die a while back, so, like, may he rest in peace. And like, I think that's the only time he was ever a voice actor. He should have done more! He should have fucking done more! I would have loved to see him in more 90s cartoons, or even 2000s cartoons, or whatever. I haven't seen any of the movies, by the way. And I don't know if I will. But yeah, and again, they fixed one of my bigger problems from like the comic, where Wanda actually gets to do things. She's allowed to have agency. For once. Again, I only watched the first season. I heard the seasons 2 and 3 aren't, like, that amazing. But, like, people say the first one is good. And they're right. Now we get to the Sonic IDW comics. This goes in the top of B tier. Hands down. Hands down top of B tier. I love how it utilizes all the Sonic characters, new and old. Like, I recently said when I like, added the media thread entry for the Chaotix case files, that I think at this point, Sega should just embrace making Sonic a multimedia franchise. With, like, maybe an emphasis on video games, because, like, that's where people know him best. But, like, there's so much you can do with these characters that, like, the games just could not go into, and the comics go into that, just go into so much of that. I haven't read Archie Sonic yet, so I don't know about that. And then people rag on Ian Flynn's writing for being reference abomination, but, like, it's not nearly that bad. It really isn't that reliant on references. The only, like, in Frontiers, I'll give you that one. Frontiers, it did kind of go overboard at points. But overall, nah. And sometimes, when he does use reference writing, sometimes it's done pretty well. Like, I haven't fully caught up with all the issues yet. Like, I read up to issue 80. And, like, obviously, y'all know about the work that I've done for Corby's channel for his IDW fandom. So, like, y'all know, like, I will say that when I first got onto that, I swear I started, but it was with Urban Warfare. And then I eventually got around to reading the Misadventures arc, which Well, I mean, we'll get to the arcs. We'll get to the arcs in a little bit. But then I read Misadventures, and then Phantom Riders, and then Shattered Pieces, and then I read back at the beginning to the Neo Metal Sonic and Metal Sonic Virus Saga. And then all the other ones. Oh yeah, and IDW also introduced some really good characters. Like, everybody loves Tangle and Whisper, but I'd say Belle's my favorite of the original characters. She's just such a sweetheart. Like, genuinely. Those Surge and Kid are great. Mimic was great, but then issue 79 came out. Kind of made him lame. But eh. And yeah, they do have problems though. Like, I do wish Tangle had more to do, and to an extent Whisper, but only because I thought that her arc was pretty rushed. And oh my gosh, Silver was a fucking badass in the Metal Virus Saga. But then in Misadventures, you just kept getting shit on for no reason. And that... No. No. Fuck off, fuck you. Fuck off, fuck you. Fuck off, fuck you. And yeah, Shadow... Just... In general, Shadow sucks in IDW. Like, no sugarcoating it. Not even a little. And he was especially frustrating in the Metal Virus Saga. Cowards run, I win. The not coward in question. Oh, and he literally does that to himself, because he literally just fucking grabs one of the Zombots. Idiots! Idiots! Oh my gosh. Yeah, Shadow deserved better in general. Thank God we got like a Shadow Gens and Sonic Movie 3 so that Shadow is actually allowed to be awesome. Yeah, cowards run, you get bent. Now ranking all the IDW arcs, Phantom Rider, I am kind of biased because like the original Sonic Riders is my favorite Sonic game. And like I also thought that the stuff with Clean Sweep Inc. was also really engaging. Metal Virus. Metal Virus is a Metal Virus. Everyone's been glazing it, and they're right. Belle Saga, because Belle is best girl. And then Project Remaster, that was fun. Angel Island, aka, this is the Neo Metal Sonic arc, I believe I was putting it with that. I don't know why I didn't refer to it as Neo Metal Sonic. Then Urban Warfare. Zeddy Hunt, well, I mean, it's a Zeddy, so it has an uphill battle to really hook me. But, like, I thought they were utilized better than Lost World, if nothing else. Hell yeah, Behemoth. Belle enjoys Rise Up. And then Trial by Fire. It is kind of low stakes in comparison to the other arcs, but it works. And I put Shattered Pieces somewhere around Angel Island, like between Angel Island and between Urban Warfare and Zeddy Hunt, and that's only because it's the only arc I haven't finished reading yet. And the Misadventures, okay, it gave us the Knuckles Chaotix versus Babylon Rogues. That was sick. But everything else, Misadventures wasn't for me. And then there was also the Fang the Hunter OVA. I thought it was fun. Fun time. Like, I like the dynamic between Fang and Bean. Like, they had fun chemistry where Bean is like sort of the straight man, in a sense. Oh yeah, Belle and Sage. I can't wait to actually get around to reading those issues. I really want to see what they do with it. And then like, it was good to see the hard-boiled heavies again. I thought they worked really well as antagonists, especially since, like, these are... Fang, Bean, and Bark are more classic-era characters than anything. So, like, having them go against characters that are, like, an homage to the classic Sonic era, it's fitting. Though, like, I do think it's kind of weird how Eggman thought there was an 8th Chaos Emerald. Like, I feel like he wouldn't just... I mean, he was skeptical of Fang, but he actually thought it was real, when I feel like Eggman would be more likely to actually doubt it. Like express doubt over the existence of an 8th Chaos Emerald. But what are you gonna do? Ugh. I really wanted to like this more. And keep in mind, this is the first crossover between Sonic and DC Comics. This is the first one, not Metal Legion. That one just came out. Though, like, from what I've read of it, it does seem promising. Like, it's actually doing the things I wanted this run to do. And, like, it's mixed. Very mixed. Like, again, pros. Batman and Shadow interacting. Yes, love it. Some of the fights were cool. Like the final fight against Darkseid was fun. And Jon Stewart's All the Colors oath, just coming up with that on the spot the moment he used the wisp. That was fucking sick. That was actually fucking sick. But ultimately, as a crossover, it just feels overly safe. Like, I get that there's not a whole lot you can do with just 5 issues. But at the same time, like, I feel like there should have been more than just Sonic character fights a DC villain, and then the Sonic character wins in a short amount of time. Or, like, DC character fights a Sonic villain, and then the DC character wins in a short amount of time. And we all know about Metal Sonic getting jobbed by a Batman motorcycle, but hot take? The Silver versus Sinestro and Knuckles versus Lex fights, I honestly think are worse. With the former, literally all that happens is just like Silver, Kilowog, Chip, and Tomar Ray, they all start struggling against Sinestro's giant kaiju construct. Like a dragon moth thing, whatever it is. But then Silver just recites the Green Lantern Oath, creates a hammer, and just one-shots the Lantern construct, and then Sinestro just gives up for no reason. Say what you will about Batman vs. Motor Sonic. Say what you will about Batman vs. Metal Sonic. At least Metal got one-shot by something that actually fucking hit him. Sinestro didn't get touched a single time. Yet he lost. Because he gave up. He just lets Kilowog arrest him. What? No trying to have Parallax possess Silver or something? I mean, given Sonic 06's story, I felt like that should have been a concept that wrote itself. Like Silver fighting Parallax possessing him, and then all the other Green Lantern Corps like trying to help him out as well, because he's a rookie. That could have been fucking awesome, actually. Yeah, that's the thing. Why? That's another thing. Why a hammer? Like, why is a hammer? Like, you have Silver's psychokinesis, which is able to manipulate energy waves. And then you have Lantern constructs, which are only limited by the imagination and willpower of the person with the ring. But all they did, no. Giant hammer. Giant hammer. That's it. Oh yeah, and speaking of Blaze, she just shows up for one issue and then never again. Hey, just because... Hey, Silver was also the goat in the Metal Virus saga, but that's because he actually tried to do fucking anything. He was given a fucking challenge. Silver is the GOAT, though. You're 100% right about that, though. And as for Knuckles versus Lex, that just wasn't finished. Like, Lex attempts to manipulate Knuckles, and it sort of works, but then Knuckles goes back to Lex and says, "Were you trying to manipulate me?" And then it just ends right there. Presumably, Knuckles just wins, I guess. Lame. Lame. I'm eating another muffin. Okay, yes, Sonic vs. Reverse Flash was pretty cool. Like, even though Sonic does have a relatively easy time, there's at least, like, it at least felt like there was a sense of back and forth. But in all seriousness, it's really stupid Sinestro gave up that easily. Just because he's a Yellow Lantern doesn't mean he should be a wuss. Real. Okay, yeah. And like it seems, and like Metal Legion seems like they're gonna be doing more with Sinestro this time, because it's gonna, yeah, I was just getting into that. Metal Legion is doing way cooler stuff with this crossover than this first limited run was. Eggman and the Legion of Doom is amazing. Yeah, again, I've only read the first 2 issues, and I think that's all there is so far. But it's promising. It actually looks promising. Like, you have Eggman teaming up with the Legion of Doom. Presumably, they're only going to be using those DC villains. And so, it's more than likely going to be more focused. And then it seems like we're going to get another fight between Silver and Sinestro. Which, fingers crossed, it's good this time. And like with Metal Legion, I wonder if I feel like Metal Sonic is going to have a role in it. Maybe? Oh yeah, Catwoman and Rouge. I like what they did with them. Like, Catwoman and Rouge both manipulating Eggman and Lex respectively. Yes. Fuck yes. Exactly. Like they were hired to manipulate the other guy, but actually they're manipulating them and they don't know, and presumably they don't know it yet. Though, like, knowing Eggman and Lex, I feel like they're gonna catch on at some point. Like, whether it's catch on to one guy trying to manipulate, using them to manipulate the other, or just getting on, or just like getting a sense of like what Rouge and Catwoman are up to, or maybe both. Knowing these characters, I wouldn't be surprised if like it was revealed that they knew about this shit the whole time. It just makes too much sense. Oh yeah, someone mentioned Blaze and Starfire earlier. We are getting that. And I also thought it was cute seeing Supergirl and Crypto playing with cream and cheese. Like, that was cute. That was so cute. I like that. Metal Sonic gets payback from Batman by beating him the same way Batman beat him. That would be pretty funny. No, Metal Sonic just turns into a bike and then one-shots Batman. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Yeah, Black Manta is like a weird choice for a Batman and Shadow villain, but eh. But yeah, this DC run, we can talk about Metal Legion next year. This DC run, such wasted potential. Scrapnik Island is fucking peak, though. Like, Scrapnik Island is great. Genuinely. It's just such a fantastic concept. Adequated fantastically. Made Mecha Sonic actually interesting. And he said the thing! And they teach Vector and Question doing... Okay, I can't wait to see that. Oh, but they could also not do it. No, watch. They're gonna... No, watch. They're gonna draw one panel where Question and Vector are looking at each other, and then they do nothing else with them. I'm calling it right now. Well, Duran Lewis, have you seen Super Mario Bros. Z? Do you remember Super Mario Bros. Z? That's all I'll say. Anyways, yeah, Scrapnik Island peak. And now, this is the story of how I learned to love My Hero Academia. Look at this cool little PowerPoint art I made of it. This show just got better and better as I kept watching it. Like, originally I was like, it's alright. It's like probably C tier. But then it was getting up to B tier. I was like, ooh, this is pretty good. Now it's an A tier. Hell yes. I think Scrapnik is a bit overrated, but still very good. Okay, wait. Alright, yeah. Yeah, people lied to me about MHA being overrated, and they lied to me about Izuku being a lame protagonist. Izuku's great. A great protagonist. Some people are just mean. But anyways, this one, I could easily make its own stream, low-key. Like, if I put my mind to it. I could just dedicate an entire stream to just sharing my full thoughts on My Hero Academia. Because, like, I did finish I finished the anime. I finished all of it. And it just kept getting better and better as I kept watching, for the most part. But we'll get there. At first, like, All Might was just carrying the show for me. Everyone was just, like, okay. Like, everyone was, like, I mean, they were likable enough. Like, there was a lot of, like, a weird, like, it overly relied on, like, flashbacks and, like, backstory moments, especially in the beginning. And it did make the pacing feel really slow. But, like, that all, and, like, there were also some pretty annoying titillation moments. Like, at one point they go to, like, a compelling scene with like, Toshinori talking to Izuku and, like, basically implying that his life there's a chance his life is going to end at some point. And then it immediately cuts to a conversation about women in sexy outfits with Mount Lady and Midnight. And it's like, no. Why are you giving me this whiplash? Stop it. And overall, I just didn't really like Midnight as a character. She just felt nothing more than like, titillation to me. Like a fan service character and hot for teacher. And I very much don't like hot for teacher chicanery, personally. Yeah. But, like, anyways, onto some good things. I really like the balance between the superhero action and the slice of life moments. Cause like Class 1A was they were growing as heroes, they were fighting more villains, they were growing in their education. But at the same time, their friendship started to develop, and it felt real. Like, it especially reminded me of my Christian friend group from my high school, so I have a lot of nostalgia, even if I did have to come to terms with the possibility of me being the Bakugo of my friend group, but honestly, after ruminating on it some more, I was more the Kaminari, so yeah. Like, I had Bakugo moments, but I was mainly the Kaminari. And, like, this balance also opens the door for, like, a deeper understanding of what it means to be a hero. What, like, also with why people want to become heroes. Because some people are doing it to, like, better themselves. Some people are doing it for fame. Some people are doing it to live up to the successor, like Ida. And then there's people like Ochako, who is just being a hero to just genuinely help others. And, like, yeah, and so it's just refreshing to see all the students have their own reasons for why they want to be a hero. And, like, as someone who grew up with superhero media, it just hits home with so much of what I grew up loving about superheroes. Like, the cartoons, games, and movies I grew up watching and playing. Also, Season 6 of MHA, My Hero Academia, one of my favorite seasons of any show ever. Genuinely. Like, in fact, aside from something like, Community Seasons 2 and 3, I'd probably say it's my favorite season of any show ever. Yeah, Horikoshi is a huge Marvel head, and yeah, because, like, so much of it is just inspired by Spider-Man. It's so cool. Yeah, the Dark Hero arc, and just, like, everything with the Todoroki family. Holy shit. Again, perfect emotional beats for me specifically. I think that, objectively, they're really well done. But, for me specifically, they knew what they were doing. They fucking knew what they were doing. Straight up. And here's my Class 1A tier list for anybody who's curious. Shoto's my favorite, and then it's Ida, and Tsukiyomi is the GOAT. He's the fucking GOAT. And then Izuku's great. And then there's also Red Riot, I mean, he's voiced by Yusuke Urameshi, so what's not to love? And Mina Ashido is... Wait, I just... Tokoyami, they have their names right here. What the fuck am I doing? Kirishima, yeah. And then Mina Ashido, she's just fun. She's just fun. Pinky! And then there's Froppy. Listen, none of these characters... I don't dislike any of these characters except for Mineta. It's just that the characters in D tier just don't do much for me. And then Froppy's also just a good friend, and she's a nice character. Bakugo I have complicated feelings on, but I'd say, objectively speaking, I think is well written. Jiro's also a good character, and she was I especially resonated with her in the school festival arc. Hero 2's a banger. And then Kaminari is just funny. Ochako took a while for her to grow on me, but Young Woman's Declaration onward, she's good. And then there's Aoyama. And then that's also this thing with just these four with Aoyama, Sero, Koda, and Shoji. It took a really, really long time to get me to like feel invested in these characters. And Sato just feels like as like minor of a supporting role as you can get, but it's fine for what he is. And then the other ones, Hagakure is probably the closest to someone that I just aggressively don't care about. Just because I know what she is, what she's meant to be. And Yao Yorozu, none of her moments just did anything for me. And like I just thought her outfit sucked ass. Probably shouldn't have worded like that. Her outfit is just poorly designed. I don't like it. And then Tail Guy. Tail Guy I just don't think does a whole lot. But again, I don't dislike any of these characters. I only dislike Mineta. Mineta's obnoxious. And it's also why the later seasons are better. Because he hardly does jack shit in any of them! Okay. Though I do think My Hero Aka is not perfect. Like, as much as I really... Does anyone actually unironically like Mineta? I think best case scenario in a love to make fun of or love to hate sort of way. But otherwise, I'm not sure. Anyways, while I do like the balance between the hero and school stuff, I feel like it does contribute to like a problem where the angle of like the overarching society doesn't get explored as much as I feel it should have been. Like heteromorphs are especially a problem. Like they just show up until like what, season 7 where they like have a dedicated arc that's resolved quickly, and it's like I thought we already had Quirkless to fill this niche. Like, what do we need heteromorphs for? Well, I mean, not so much what do we need them, because with the series' world building, I can buy heteromorphs being a thing. It's just that, why did it take you so long? It's just that, I don't get why it took them so long to, like, do something interesting. And, like, as I alluded to earlier, another problem I had is that some of the characters just do virtually nothing until like, closer to the end. Where, like, to be fair, I usually did get invested in them. I thought they had good moments, but kind of felt a little too late. I feel like if heteromorphs were, like, explored alongside Quirkless, I feel like it could have worked better, because, like, it would have at least felt like an arc that was, like, only briefly mentioned in, like, only briefly mentioned for a little bit, a couple times in the previous seasons, but ultimately it at least still felt like, but it still felt like it was cohesive with what the story was doing. But yeah. Now, Soul Eater. Oh, hello, Mimikyu Oak. I will eat another muffin. Okay, I forgot to make a slide for the movies. I only watched 2 of the movies last year. I might check out Black Clover at some point. Like, I'm not against giving it a shot. Anyways, about the movies. This one is, Twin Heroes. And, like, I'd probably put this, like, one of the top D tiers. Just because, like, mainly, for the most part, it just didn't really feel like a movie to me. Maybe it's because, like, anime movies are, like, supposed to have different pacing from, like, a typical movie. Do you make a character tier list of Soul Eater? No. But, like, at least until the final fight, where it's like, okay, this is definitely a lot more for the budget. This is definitely would be more time-consuming and costly than, like, what you could normally do with a budget of an animated series. So, fair. Okay. But ultimately, I would say I enjoyed it. Even if it was mainly just because I really like the chemistry between Class 1A. Because I like a lot of those characters, and it's fun to see them interact with each other. And, like, much of the film was about that. Also, shout out to the fucking golden maneuver in this. Like, that got me popping off. Holy shit, that was great. But, otherwise, did feel kind of aimless. Did feel kind of, like, that's not, like, the greatest thing ever. Heroes Rising, I also enjoyed. It definitely felt more like a movie, I'd say. Well, my main problem is that, okay, all the My Hero Academia movies are their own short canon, self-contained arcs, but yeah, 2 Heroes is alright. The 2 later movies are way better IMO. Yeah, I'll probably watch the other movies at some point. But yeah, Heroes Rising, yeah, it's pretty good. It definitely felt more like a movie. But my main problem is the ending. That was one of the most frustrating ass pulls I've ever experienced. And yes, it is the all-for-one punch between Izuku and Bakugo. That is like the crux of My Hero Academia power scaling. That honestly annoyed me with how much of an ass pull it is and how it's just never explored again. Fuck off. No, that's lame. Okay, but Steel Ball Run. Its Netflix adaptation is like on the horizon, so I'm not gonna go in depth, but just know it's as peak as everybody says it is. Themes and such. Yeah. Also, you guys are gonna love the ending. One of my favorite endings of any manga ever. And, like, for me at least, Stone Ocean's ending already set the bar really fucking high for me. But Steel Ball Run outdid it. Okay, now we're gonna talk about Soul Eater. So, like, for those, since our audiences overlap, if you're familiar with Raccoon Bro VA's channel and all the trash pick stuff, and, like, Behemoth's in the chat, so he can vouch for this, the people in the group who read Soul Eater absolutely love it, and are absolutely foaming at the mouth at the possibility of the Soul Eater anime remake. But then there's me. I thought it was just alright. Didn't really resonate with me as much. I mean, it's definitely fun. I think it has a fun Halloween atmosphere, which leads to some pretty creative, like, antagonists, supporting characters, and like. And, like, Blackstar is just the most fun motherfucker ever. Like every time I see him, he's just doing something amazing. And that's why he's best boy. And, like, I think the dynamic between Weapons and Meisters leads to some good character moments, and, like, it has some really good art, even if I feel like one of the only moments where I felt like, okay, this just straight up would have been better if I was reading this on a physical manga instead of, like, online. Excuse me. But then there's one question, and I'm already got time out Behemoth for this because he knows. Hang on. Yeah, I'm already got time out Behemoth for this because like he already knows what's coming. He knows what's coming. I'm gonna time out for a minute. I did not care for Defecate. At first. He was... I mean, I liked him. I mean, like, it took me way too long to like him, but I thought his like, OCD-ness and, like, obsession with symmetry got really annoying and contrived, and I just didn't find him funny, entertaining. And it took until, like, the final duel between him and Blackstar for me to actually give a shit. And other things I didn't care for, it's weirdly horny in the most random places. Like, literally the first page just shows you a bare ass. I'm not kidding. You see a naked ass on the first page of the Soul Eater manga. Yep. Oh, and Blair is just a worthless character. She adds nothing to the story except for, like, one chapter where she does something pretty cool, I guess. But other than that, she's just fan service boogaloo, therefore not good. Lame character. And I kind of wish the ending was a little stronger. Like, it had a lot of great stuff, and it's still a great ending, I'd say. I just wanted to see, like, a resolution between Maka and Soul, I guess? But yeah. Alright. Next is the Wild Robot, and I cannot believe I missed this theatrical run. I'm still upset over that, because this film was beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Shoutouts to Blackstar telling Akishi and Asura to get lost after being praised as a warrior of heaven just to reply with, nah, I'm just a guy. That's my goat! That's why he's my goat! Yes, Blackstar! Behold the King Blackstar! Yes! Okay, anyways. Wild Robot. Yeah, it's such a beautiful movie. It's like the cutest fucking thing ever. I love it. Like, genuinely. It also has a super strong emotional core with how it does the found family angle. And, like, just look at these characters. They have such, like, basic designs. Like, look at the robot. It's just circles. On paper, it's just a generic robot design. But in the context of the story, it works. Because all the circles make it look more approachable than if it were, like, square or triangular. Oh my goodness. And look at the fox. Look at the fox, guys. It's just generic fox design, but look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. It's a combination of devious, yet like, secretly a softy. And the baby duck. And the baby duck. Look at him. Look at him. Chat, look at the baby duck. Baby duck. What the? I spit on my webcam. Oh no, I think I... Oh, it's Pedro Pascal. Oh my gosh, wow. I didn't even recognize that. What the fuck? Yeah. Gorgeous movie. Very good. Very, very good. Watch it now if you haven't already. Don't make the same mistake I did. But now we get to God of War. Now, I feel like I've made it... I don't know how clear I've made it to my audience, but I do like these games. But I do think they have some overrated elements to them. It's mainly in the gameplay. Stories are great. Though, like, I will say I prefer 2018 to Ragnarok. And we'll get to there soon. We'll get there soon. But, like, don't mistake me. I'd generally say that like, I understand why people are, like, saying these are, like, Game of the Year. Though, like, for me, Spider-Man 2018 should have won Game of the Year in its year. I hate how they Naughty Dogified God of War. The over-the-shoulders gameplay feels old by now. I mean, I do agree with you in a sense, but we'll get there. Like, here's some general, like, again, some general pros. We love good writing. We love good writing, and God of War has good writing. And combat does get fun in the late game, of both. Especially 2018, but like, again, we'll get there. And I thought that the Nornir chests were really fun collectibles. Because like, every single one has a puzzle, and despite essentially being the same concept, it's like mixed up in like pretty much every way you can imagine, so that no Nornir chest puzzle feels the same. And like, I really like what they did with Kratos and Atreus. Like, man, just the arc I've gone through with Atreus. Because, like, when I first played the game, I fucking couldn't stand the guy. Like, he just wouldn't shut up. He wouldn't shut up. He wouldn't stop going in tutorial speak. He was getting on my nerves. But then as the game continued, I was like, oh, hey, I actually kind of like that story beat with him. And then they did more cool stuff with him, and then Ragnarok, you actually got to play with him, and play as him, and it's fun. It's also distinct from Kratos, where it's based more around long-range combat, as opposed to Kratos going up close and personal / mid-range-ish. And like, just by the end of Ragnarok, I ended up missing him when he, well, actually, I don't know if I should spoil that. And I wouldn't say God of War is like Berserk for gamers. I don't know if I would say that. It does get to some really deep moments, yeah, but Berserk deep? I don't think I agree with that. And also Mimir. Just Mimir. But as for problems, well, the games just lack confidence in your ability as a puzzle solver. Like, there's so much fucking tutorial speak. And it's especially bad in Ragnarok when you have Freya as a partner. And, like, her voice acting is generally really good. Like, it feels very Norse-ish. And, like, very magical, domineering. It's more like something like this, in a sense, kind of. But then she goes into tutorial speak and she sounds like a completely different character in, like, the worst possible way. Wish I could show some examples, but I don't know where to go. And also, while combat does eventually get good, it's really awkward in an early game. Like, I fucking hate the camera. I think I understand what you mean. I love the Final Fantasy... Wait. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get to Final Fantasy 15 at some point. Like, it's mainly the camera. Like, the camera's, like, way too close behind Kratos' shoulder. And it's like, it just leads to so much unnecessary off-screen dogpiling. And like, this is especially since I typically play my games on the hardest available difficulties right out the gate. So like, I had to suffer the worst of it on both fronts. Ugh. Man. Ay, ay, ay. And I keep using enemy encounter to pad the game, like how I keep using my muffins to pad this stream. Alright. And, like, both games, like, while they are, like, very similar to each other, obviously, I say they excel in different ways. Like, in 2018, Rage Mode is actually customizable and also less clunky, whereas in Ragnarok, it kind of isn't. I mean, yeah, there's, like, Ragnarok has, like, the Valor and Wrath Rage forms, and also Blade of Olympus, I guess. Like, in Valhalla. But, like, in terms of, like, the skill trees, like, the skill trees in Rage Mode are just, like, Rage Mode skill trees just disappear in Ragnarok. For some reason. I don't get why. it just made Rage Mode feel really clunky. And, like, I feel like side quests were handled better in 2018 because it felt like there was less back and forth. And, like, okay, chat, I really need to tell you a story of mine from Ragnarok. Like, so I was doing this one side quest with Kratos and Freya. This was not post game. This was I forget where it was exactly. But then I start the side quest and then there's an enemy encounter. Fair. Side quest just started. I get it. It was pretty tough. Took me a while to get through it, but I understood. And then it's one of those like fetch quests where you have to find more than one thing. And so I go to the next objective, another enemy encounter. Smaller than the last one I fought, but hey, still an enemy encounter, and okay, fair enough. And so I grab the thing, and then go back to the starting area, and I get another fucking enemy encounter! Like, why? I just fought a shitload of Dark Elves in that area! What? And then another enemy encounter when I go find the other thing. I think it was like for Freya finding trinkets from when she was married to Odin, I think that's what it was. But it was like, holy shit, you were making this side quest artificially way longer than it has any right or reason to be. Like, stop it! Stop! Shame on you! That was one hell of a moment. And in general, Ragnarok just felt like a constant string of enemy attacks, of like enemy encounters. Like you progress through the main story, you watch the cutscene, go a few feet, enemy encounter! Like, walk a few feet, enemy encounter! And then you walk a few, and then like you finish that enemy encounter, and then you walk a few more feet, another enemy encounter! And then also, you walk a few more feet, and then you see that you're in this big, relatively open area with some puzzle. Oh, there's more enemies! You gotta fight another enemy encounter! And it's like, Ragnarok just doesn't fucking let up with the enemy encounters. And like, that's the other thing. Like, we're gonna go to howlongtobeat.com real quick, which I know is not definitive proof of how long you're gonna be spending time in a game. Like last year I played Mario and Luigi Dream Team, and howlongtobeat.com said it was supposed to be like 40 to 45 hours on an average playthrough, but I finished the game in 30. But then you look at this, and it's like, God of War Ragnarok is a little longer than God of War 2018. At least by average playthroughs. Like, completionists, it's not that much longer, I suppose. But generally speaking, Ragnarok is longer. And it's entirely because of the fucking enemy encounters. Like, stop using enemy encounters to pad the fucking game! I just want to progress with the story! I also just kind of resonate with the emotional core at 2018 than Ragnarok. Like, Ragnarok also has a good story. Like, a really good story. But, like, moment-to-moment story beats from the other game just resonated with me more. But Ragnarok absolutely has some really good moments. Especially in the ending. Like, in fact, Ragnarok's endgame in general is just like, way better. Cause, you go through, fight, and encounter way more things from Norse mythology than 2018, which mostly just has like some trolls and minor gods that like aren't as well known as like Odin or Thor. And yeah, Ragnarok also had a a supporting cast. Like, Brock and Sindri are always fun characters, and I also like Odin and like his family, like Thor, Thrud, and everybody else. Like, what they did with Sindri especially caught me off guard. I'm not gonna spoil what happened, what got to that point. Oh yeah, and Tyr as the God of War. It took Valhalla for me to feel for me to care about him, but when he does play his part in Valhalla, he really does a good job with it. And Valhalla, I will say, like, these games' gameplay style honestly translates really well to the roguelike concept. And low-key, I just prefer to how the base games did it. And yeah. Yeah. So yeah. They're good games. I definitely recommend people go play them. But the combat just has too many problems for me to consider either one a masterpiece. And we just talked about Valhalla, and yeah, I didn't like the Blade of Olympus rage mode. Blade of Olympus sucks, and that makes me sad. Okay, this next one. This next one is a documentary called Transhood. I watched this for a class, and like, it was actually from my winter quarter, so it was before I moved the media thread stuff to my YouTube channel. But I consciously left it out of the tier list. And it's because I did not trust where I was not confident in like just showing people where I would place it without needing to do a ton of elaboration. Because this goes at the top of D tier, and it's entirely because I was very, very conflicted on it. Now, obviously, this channel supports and loves trans people. Like, that should go without saying. And also, this is not the first transgender documentary I've seen. Like, I've seen this other documentary from Frontline called Growing Up Trans. You can actually watch it for free on YouTube, like, whenever you want to. Just don't read the comments. It got rated by the anti-woke mongrels. And, like, but Growing Up Trans, that would go in A tier. It's a great documentary. Love it. Oh, yeah, and it's also Pride Month. We love Pride Month. Oh, I love it today. Choo-choo. So, like, my problems with Transhood are not about the premise. In fact, it's not even about the trans people either. It's actually more so based around the parents. Because some of the parents are just genuinely wild. And, like, it focuses on 4 kids. And we're gonna go through them one by one. Starting with Phoenix. Phoenix is a 2-year-old, I think, who is, like, going back and forth between whether they think they're a boy or a girl. Oh fuck, my AirPods just died. Okay, I'll keep talking. Like, I'll keep talking while my AirPods charge, and hope to God y'all can still hear me. But yeah, okay. Anyways, so like. And, like, naturally, it... Oh, great, now you can hear it through my computer. Fuck. Why are we talking... Because we're talking about it's a transgender documentary, Lamos Supremo. You kind of walked in at a random time, admittedly. So, like... But, yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna go there. And, like, I can empathize with the parents, like, feeling stressed out and confused over it, because, like, they want to support their kid. Like, they want to support Phoenix because they love him. They love their kid, all their other kids, but the way that the mom goes about it, at least, is just not it. So first of all, like, one of Phoenix's older siblings just outright says, I think Phoenix may be gender fluid, but then the mom just, like, completely vetoes that possibility for no reason. And it's like, look. Phoenix keeps deciding that they're a boy one day and a girl the next day. You really can't at least entertain the idea that Phoenix may be gender fluid? Not it, Chief. Not it. But that's not even her worst moments. Because... Oh my gosh. She obviously said this from stress. No, this is Transhood Phoenix, Lamo Supremo. Okay, but anyways. Yeah, anyways, so it's getting close to the end of the documentary, and it's like the parents are getting a divorce because like all the stress is just too much for them. But then they cut to like an interview scene of the mom, and she says, and I quote, "Being trans is probably a mental disorder." Excuse me. Why the fuck would you not only say that, but also put that in the documentary? Do you have any idea how that would make the fucking... Do you have any idea how people would start viewing Phoenix's mom from that point onward? I just wanted Phoenix's mom out of the picture entirely after that. Because, like, if you're just gonna say that on fucking impulse, you shouldn't be around Phoenix anymore. You suck. Okay, but to give credit, Phoenix's dad is pretty chill. He didn't have any mask-off moments. Like, he was visibly affected by all the stress that he and his wife were going through. Lamo Supremo, if you want to skip backwards to, like, get the full context once we start talking about the documentary, I won't stop you. I recommend you do that since you keep asking questions. And then, but anyways, one of the last things he says is, like, way more tactful. Because he says he doesn't know what gender Phoenix truly is, but I don't love my son Phoenix or my daughter Phoenix, I just love Phoenix. Meaning that is unconditional love. He's expressing unconditional love despite everything he's gone through. Thumbs up for Phoenix's dad. His mom could suck it, though. Yeah. His mom could suck it. Alright. And then the next kid is Avery. Avery is a 9-year-old trans girl. And so, let's just say Avery's mom, really went all in with supporting her kid, which I get it. And she would take Avery to all sorts of pride events and rallies and such, just so to let her know that there were people who would support her. And then Avery also wrote a book of just her experiences as a trans kid. And at first it's fine. It's local book signings, okay, sure. Yeah, because it's mostly within community. And even pride events, even though Avery was clearly overwhelmed with seeing all the people, because Avery is a very bubbly kid with peppy emotions, so she would be feeling overwhelmed pretty quickly, and I get that. But then it just goes straight to the front cover of National Geographic. Okay, that's a bit of a step forward. All right, so that's a bit of a step forward. Okay. All right. Okay, I kind of want Lamo Supremo to catch up, so I'll eat another muffin. And then naturally, being on the front cover of National Geographic catches the eye of the transphobe crowd. And they start harassing Avery. Not her mom, not anyone else in her family, not the publishers of well, maybe they did go after the publishers of National Geographic, but in the end, some of them explicitly went over to harass Avery. And it's playing devil's advocate. I can understand putting this in to show that transphobia is very real and it's very, very bad. But what happens after that is where I start to get uncomfortable. So, okay. This one is genuinely hard for me to say. But the way Avery's mom treats her daughter after all of this, like, Avery, you can tell that Avery is very clearly overwhelmed by everything she's been going through. She doesn't even want to be, she doesn't even want to be on camera at much. But instead of empathizing with Avery, she's scolding her, telling her, hey, be nice to the cameraman. You're supposed to be on your best behavior. Stop grumbling. Stop whining. It's... Do you even give a shit about what your daughter's going through? Okay, but to her credit, she does ease up. She does at least change for the better on that front. Even letting Avery choose to not go to Pride events if she doesn't feel like it. What happened previously? Well, we went from local book signings to the front cover of National Geographic, so yeah. 0 to 100 really quickly, and Avery's mom just told her kid to suck it up for no reason. And like just all this, along with the shit that Phoenix's mom just kept doing, that just made me uncomfortable. It felt like they didn't give a shit about their own kids at points. And for a documentary that's supposed to be a more positive outlook on trans youth, I feel like that's a major failing of the documentary. I'm gonna finish the muffin. Okay. But there are two more teens in this documentary that get covered. And thankfully, nothing anywhere close to this happens to these kids. Start with the first one, then third one. Jay. Now, right off the bat, Jay just demonstrated a very, very nuanced understanding of his gender. And like, that was really neat to see. And like, Jay's mom just stood by him until the very end. And like, especially since she also made it a point how like, a lot of people in her family consciously distanced themselves from her because of her support for her trans son. And like that just really resonated with me. And like it does eventually like start to go into the personal life of like Jay's mom, because like she gets married to someone, like she gets into a marriage, but like she does let Jay play a major part in that wedding, because like I think he gives a toast. I think he's like the first person to give a toast at the wedding. But yeah, so yeah, Jay's story was like really nice. It honestly kind of reminded me of like a similar story from growing up trans. So like, yeah. And finally, there's Danny. And Jay is 12 years old. Sorry about that. I forgot to bring that up. A 12-year-old trans boy. Danny is a 15-year-old trans woman, like trans girl, I mean. And like, she easily has the most stable family situation, like 2 loving parents, a healthy social life, and she wants... Okay, Matt Seiya, you're actually being really fucking annoying right now, so I'm gonna, like, I'm dead serious, you're genuinely annoying me, so, like, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to sober up. Please. Alright. And, like, okay, and Danny wants, and, like, really wants to be a model, and she experiences discriminate, but, like, she also experiences, like, the subtle type of discrimination. Okay, you know what? There. No more confusion, okay? No more confusion. Alright. And, like... And then there's also another subplot where, like, Danny is, like, going... working on going through a transgender surgery. Like, she's going... You're fine, Art. It's just that there were a lot of people asking what was going on. And, like, it did start to, like, make me notice. Like, get me to notice. And so, like, just wanted to put that there. Yeah, half the moms are good, half of them are bad. Yeah. That's exactly how I would put it. And, like... But despite everything, despite how conflicted I felt about the documentary, I really recommend you guys to go watch it. Like, to form your own opinions and, like, get a feel for what trans youth are going through. Because, like, in that angle, it's fine enough. And, yeah. And, like, I believe it's on HBO Max. So, if, like, you have a subscription to there, then definitely do that. Otherwise... do what you want, cause the pirate is free. Yeah, definitely. We all need to listen to more trans voices out in here. And also watch Growing Up Trans. It's free on YouTube. No excuses. Alright. Now I'm gonna unpin the message since finally said everything I want to. Okay. Yeah. Now, with all that said, chat, I'd like to ask you one more thing, and I really want you to think about your answer for this, because it's a very serious question, and I want it to be treated with as much tact and civility as possible. Wanna play some KOF? Yeah, okay. This one's gonna be much more low stakes. We're just gonna be speedrunning through a bunch of KOF games that I played last year. I played so much. Alright. So, KOF 94. Well, it's the first King of Fighters game, and obviously you never start with your best game. And, like, there's just so much that is not here. Like, you cannot customize your teams, like, at all. You're forced to play, like, set teams. Like, there's no customization at all, which is sad. And it also feels really clunky and overly simplified. But, like, it is necessary for, like, a first experience if nothing else. KOF 95 I actually thought was decently fun. Like, it felt better to play. And, like, you could actually customize teams. But otherwise, it just doesn't feel as mechanically interesting as the other ones. KOF 96 just didn't function for me. I don't know if that was me or the game, but I just I just couldn't get anything to work. Like, special moves just kept coming out of complete random. Like, and mobility just felt very unpolished. And, like, this one is probably my experience with KOF 96 is 100% like most likely a me thing. But still. But KOF 97? Yeah, 97's where it's at. Hell yeah. great mechanics, great new characters, great storylines, great team customization, great music, the works. And then this is 2002 Unlimited Match. Again, really fucking good. Ginormous roster for one, so that alone puts it in B at minimum. And yeah, Dream Match, baby! Dream Match, baby! And also 2002 is where, like, stuff with the clones starts to, like, culminate. And, like, very, very good stuff. And KOF 11... The arcade version is a B, but the home console version is a low A, I'd say. Because the home console version has, like, several unlockable characters. Like, it has Mai, it has, you can play as the final boss, the game's final boss, I believe. There's also Geese Howard, and, like, the mission you have to play to unlock him is where you just have to do his counters. You can only use his counters, and you can only damage your opponent with them. Come on, that's peak. That's peak writing. This writing is fire. Come on. How can you not love that? But KOF 13. Fucking phenomenal. Best roster, best color edit mode, best story, best part of the Ash Williams saga, best game, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Best mechanics, best fucking combo system, best balances, best characters, best game, best. Yeah. Pure bliss. Favorite KOF character? Like, gaming-wise, I'd have to say, I do like playing Yuri. I also like playing, Kyo. And the K-Dash is also fun. Especially in 2002 UM. Like, his combos are really good. Yamazaki, specifically 97 admittedly, but yeah. And, it just depends on the game, really. Because there's so many, there are so many characters that I just really like. Yeah, because, like, a lot of them are really simple, like relatively simple, like, compared to other fighting games, like Street Fighter lore, for instance. So, like, KOF lore does go in, like, plenty of places, but it's not always in context of, like, developing the characters, admittedly, but it doesn't matter. It does that thing from Street Fighter where all the characters have simple but perfect designs, instantly recognizable, with seemingly minimal effort. It has a, like, very consistent streetwear vibe that's also distinct from Street Fighters. Actually, I don't think Street Fighter really did much with, like, at least it didn't start out with the, like, street fashion motif that you see in Street Fighter 6, at least. Whereas, like, SNK games have always been like that. Oh yeah, all the sagas are bizarre. Yeah. And I'm 100% gonna be playing more KOF games. And Gara of the Wolves is also very, very fun. I'll put it below the Ghost Rider comics. Yeah, Garo Mark of the Wolves. Everyone keeps glazing this game, and they're right. Yeah, and, like, feint canceling, great mechanic, and, like, combos aren't super complex, but, well, like, outside of, like, advanced techniques, usually. But, like, you're never gonna get the same depth of combos that you're gonna get with, like, Mortal Kombat or any Arc Sys game or even Street Fighter. Well, except for the closest being KOF 13, because you have, like multiple cancels and super cancels. It's like a better Street Fighter. I don't know if I would like strictly a better Street Fighter. Again, it depends on the game. Cause like, if you want me to compare KOF 94 with Street Fighter 2, I'm gonna pick Street Fighter 2. Being real. Okay. But yeah, KOF is great, and I look forward to playing more at some point in the future. Now, Great Blue Fantasy versus Rising, I'm kind of cheating with it because it's like probably the game that I put the least amount of hours into, but that's only because I play the original Grand Blue Fantasy. In fact, I still have my copy of the original. I don't think like it gets any upgrades to Rising. But Rising is just like, it's literally just a game that I already know I really like, except there's just more. More characters, more single player content, more fighting mechanics, more music, just more. Although they did get rid of the combo trials for some reason and put them in the command list, which is just weird. But otherwise, yeah. Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. It's a great fighting game. I really like it. Now, LEGO Batman 3, best mixed bag I've ever played. And it does, and like, when I played it, it's not a long game, so like, it was really easy for me to like, get into it. Like 100%. But it does have some objective problems that are like impossible for. Oh yeah, I need to play more Tekken games. I've only played like a few times and like sucked ass at them, and so I just kind of like made Tekken a low priority for me. But I'm gonna try and change that at some point in the future. Like take the approach I did with Soul Calibur and KOF, where like I totally don't emulate a bunch of the games to like just go through, get a feel for the characters and the mechanics and what everything's like. Anyways, oh yeah, and LEGO Batman 3, and also it does have Kyle Rayner in it, even though they refuse to name drop him for some reason. He's named White Lantern. Like, say his name. All right, but anyway, all right, and yeah, LEGO Batman 3 has like a ginormous roster. Like, you get to play as, like, so many popular and obscure Batman heroes and villains. Like, you fucking get to play as Bat-Cow. Bat-Cow! We love it. And, like, the story was also pretty enjoyable. Like, it had a hero, like, it had a fun team-up between the heroes and villains. And then the levels and hubs also have a lot of fun things to do. Oh yeah, I'm 100% gonna play Bat Legacy of the Dark Knight at some point. That is on my radar. In fact, it was also on my 2025 media bingo card, so I'm getting on that. And also, like, come on, you gotta do like 1,000 side quests on like every single one of the Lantern planets, and your reward for doing so is playing as Daffy Duck in a Green Lantern costume. Come on, get a sense of humor. It's funny. Come on. LEGO Batman 3 is funny. And he's called the Green Loon Turd. Yeah. Fucking love it. Alright, but as for problems, I say that the problems are like probably bigger than a lot of the pros, in my opinion. And the biggest one is the hub worlds. A lot of them are too big and too samey. And like it can be really easy to get lost, especially since there are a lot of fetch quest missions, and like there's no minimap, there's no like indicator on where you need to go. Typically, yes, Daffy Duck is in LEGO Batman 3. All right. Anyways, and then and like. Okay, so this year, I forgot to put it on my media thread, but I got into playing LEGO Marvel Avengers. It's like the LEGO adaptation of the Avengers movies. I quite enjoyed that one. And it also fixes the problem. It also fixed the problem I had with this LEGO game by actually giving me a fucking minimap with with clearer objective markers. And so it was way easier to actually know where I'm going and not get lost. Whereas with Lego Batman 3, there were some missions that I just quit because it just became way too obnoxious trying to look for the thing where there was no mini-map to help me out. In mostly samey looking environments. Another problem is that the bosses are just complete pushovers. Like, you can effectively live them in the middle of the fight to, like, find some studs or secrets, and then the boss will never come after you. And it's like, I'm not expecting that much challenge from a Lego game, but come on. You can't at least give me a smaller arena so that I can't do this? Come on, man. This is apparently one of the more divisive Lego games, and like, yeah, I get it. I get it. But I mean, it still has some good elements, and I'd say I definitely got into it. Ugh. I am not looking forward to going through what's next, chat. Oh my gosh. You already saw it. Final Fantasy 15 puts me in my fucking grifter arc. This game actively pisses me off. In like specific ways, but not for the reasons you might think. But before that, I want to go on a quick tangent just so I can delay going into this, because you know how grifters are always trying to slander actors like their target of the week with like funny faces or shit? I cracked their code. You can make literally anyone look ugly. Like, let's go into Google Images right now. Like, my grifter arc is where I become a grifter that has a hate boner for a thing and then pops it out in every single fucking video I make. That's what a grifter arc is. But anyways, let's go over with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, everybody loves Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Everyone loves him. Everyone loves him. And look at this. Look at this. Look at this absolute unit. Okay, let me get a higher quality picture. Yeah, here we go. Higher quality. This is a better picture. Okay, open image, new tab. All right, look at this. Look at this absolute unit right now. Look at that hair. Look at those confident eyes. Look at that expression. He just says, "Yeah, I know who I am, and you're gonna fucking deal with it." He looks like a total badass. But then, with the single zoom in, oh no! Look at those wrinkles in his forehead. Look, his eyes are completely all wonky. Look at this. Look at his eyebrows. They have like so few hair. And look at those dimples. They're creating so many wrinkles. And oh my gosh, that chin is not angular enough. That's the grifter technique. That's how grifters make people look bad. They take like funny faces or even just generally fine-looking photos of a celebrity that they hate in the moment, and then just zoom in on a specific part to make them look bad. You can literally do that with anyone. Who should we do next? Chat. Let's do one more celebrity. Who do you think we should do next? Like, I even done this to myself, by the way. So like, I know this too. I use this technique as well on myself. And I think I also used it on Carrick and Steve in like my Deathbound 24 ranking. Okay. All right, we got Anya Taylor-Joy. We got Sylvester Stallone. Sylvester Stallone has been really cringy lately. Keanu Reeves? All right, let's put up a poll. How do I make a poll? Okay. You mean Sean Schemmel? Chris Pratt, that's another one. Okay, engage with your... Oh, here we go. Start a poll. Okay. Okay, I'll put down all the options real quick. And then what was the other one? Then, okay, sadly we can do one more, so I'll put down Chris Pratt. Because I think that's an option everybody wants to go. Okay! Let's start the votes! Okay, the poll is taking its time to load. Oh, wait. Okay. Actually, no, that's not. All right. While voting proceeds, I will finish my final muffin. Lock in your votes, chat. Okay, being real, I don't know if I can finish the muffin, chat. I can't lie. Harder than I thought it would be. Okay. I think the poll's been live enough. I can end it here. Okay. Looks like Sylvester Stallone's the winner. Okay. Huh. I actually tried this one. Oops. There we go. I don't know what that was. Okay, this one is like low hate. This one is like, this is the exact kind of face you'd see grifters using in thumbnails. Like, explicitly. But like, and you look at it normally, it's like, not that bad. Like, his hairline is perfectly fine. His eyebrows look really sharp. His smirk is pretty charming. But then, oh, look at that big nose. Look at his eyes being looking slightly different areas. Look at his ears. Look, oh, that neck fat, oh. Name a more predictable thing than griffers. Name a more predictable thing than grifters. I'll wait. Okay. But now we gotta talk about why Final Fantasy 15 is one of the most, I won't sugarcoat it, one of the most incompetently designed AAA games I can think of. Yes. In fact, it is my second least favorite JRPG ever. Only being surpassed by Sonic Chronicles Dark Brotherhood, which for those who don't know, is my least favorite video game of all time. But there are some things I would like to talk about. And that required me to put my AirPods back on, because one of those things is, in fact, the soundtrack. In fact, ironically, this might actually have my favorite soundtrack in the entire Final Fantasy franchise. Like, let's play some samples. Like, I'm gonna play Veil in Black just because I took some inspiration from it during that IDW Ninja Turtles fan dub that I worked on and posted about a couple weeks ago. Like, it was a battle track. I took some influence from this. Let's listen to it. Those drums. Pick up the guitar. And another one I want to listen to. NVIDIA, aka the Imperial Battle theme. Mainly the theme where you fight Aranea, generally. Yeah, it's the Imperial boss theme. Is it choir? Where should I go to hear your voice acting fan dubbing? I posted it in my community tab. I posted it in my community page. Like, just keep an eye on that, and like, you'll see me posting like my commission works every once in a while. Anyways. Yes! Fucking piano! Yeah, this music was used in Lara Croft vs. Nathan Drake. And that's one of its only redeeming qualities. Genuinely! Yeah, dead ass. Yoko Shimomura fucking cooked with this music. Like, holy shit. Okay, but I gotta play like the ending part. At least. Cause like, okay. Then the Somnus motif from the trumpet? Absolute symphony. Absolute symphony. Absolute symphony. And like, obviously, there are so many other goated tracks from this game. Like even the Somnus motif is really fucking good. Anyways, I'll turn this music back on. And like, there's all other stuff. Like, there's also other stuff like Magna Insomnia. Like all three phases. All three acts, or like all three parts of Magna Insomnia. And then there's also Apocalypsis Noctis and Apocalyptis Aquarius. Both are really, really good. Fucking peak tracks. Hell, even like the normal battle theme is like it's like one of the only battle themes where like it's impossible for me to get tired of hearing it. Partially because it actually does a pretty fine job at like mixing up its sound, like mixing up at what tracks play in battles. But yeah. This game's soundtrack single-handedly makes this game a 2 out of 10 instead of a 1 for me. Also Ignis. Ignis is a great character. Best boy. But as you can see, those are my only 2 pros. Not good. Problem 1. Battle system is terrible. Okay. Channel members, like, have probably, like, listened to, like, my, media mumblings, where I basically went through so many of my problems with this game, like with its battle system and its story, which I'm not gonna go into like specific story spoilers here, just so like there's an incentive for non-members to like become a member and like check out that video for themselves. Wink, wink. But for the battle system, I may end up repeating myself. Can you tell this game went through development hell back when it was Versus 13? Believe it or not, I'm actually going to go back to that. We'll see. So, like... So, the way that the battle system works is that you have to hold the attack button, and Noctis will automatically attack the nearest enemy, or whoever he's locked onto. Which, like... Already, red flag. Like, say whatever you will about Tales of Berseria's combat system. Like, people say it's a button masher. No, it fucking isn't, because the game actively punishes you for button mashing on the harder difficulties. And it's like, what I find funny is that every single person who has actually elaborated on why they dislike the combat from Berseria, they always say, I was struggling, but then I turned it down, but then I lowered the difficulty to very easy, and like, it became too easy. Like, no shit, Sherlock! You made it easy! But yeah, even if Berseria was a button masher, which it isn't, I would still infinitely prefer a button masher over whatever this game did. Over holding the attack button. Because, like, once you hold the attack button, it basically does everything else for you. Actually, not even that. You can hold the phase button indefinitely, and you can just win. Now, if this was against, like, level grinding, where... If this was in, like, specifically for level grinding, where like, you just want to, like, hold phase button, not even think about anything. Like, just hold the phase button and not think too much about what you need to do next. And then, like, sure, but this strategy worked against fucking Tonberries. Tonberries. The face of the fuck around and find out meme, Tonberries. Which are always, at minimum, 20 levels higher than you. Every time you fight them. I was level 9, fighting level 29 Tonberries. And I was holding the phase button. And I was winning. Because even though there's a parry window, just preemptively holding the phase button will activate the parry. You don't even need to be ready for it. If you're already holding the phase button, the parry will just work. And then eventually you'll build up enough to where you have to do one of your, like, a team attacks or whatever the fuck they're called to, like, do a majority of the damage. Yeah, the game's just playing itself at that point. Like, hold square and wait for everything else, and wait for the game to do everything else for you. And, like, that's the thing. And, like, okay, but the game also has a grading system, and you think that, okay, but if you were to actually, like, work with the combat system and actually put some effort into fighting enemies, maybe you'll get better at grading, but no, you don't. Nope. Nope.
I can't believe this. Someone shoot me.
I remember a convo I had with Nemesis where he felt how easy the game is and how you don't have to do anything. Real, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. And for the record, I was not playing in wait mode. I knew going in that wait mode was the easier way to play. And so I avoided that. But it was still too fucking easy for me. Okay, and so, given that given that you have some specific character builds, like, what's even the point? If I could just hold faith, if I can just, like, actually do better performance-wise, according to the game, by just holding the phase button and letting my allies kill the enemies for me. Why the hell should I even bother? What's up, Delta Nova? Why the hell should I even bother with the rest of the mechanics? They're just gonna make things more obnoxious for me. Because the camera gets all out of fucking whack in group encounters especially. Like, shout outs to this one moment in the ice cave where, like, in the ice cave dungeon area where like one of the ice flan enemies like knocked me off of the ledge and put me at a lower level. It deadass took me 5 minutes to get back up because, like, oh, and before you say why didn't you just use the teleport move thing like warp strike, I tried. It wouldn't let me. It wouldn't work. It wasn't working. It didn't want to work. So there are only 2 ways that this game can possibly be. Either way too fucking easy, or way too fucking annoying. Oh, and summons. Why can they happen randomly? And magic spells. Why are they so annoying to equip? Like, why do you, like, navigating the menus feels so unnecessarily stiff, bro. Why? Why can't they just be used as distinct items? It doesn't make sense. Magic crafting is ass anyways. Okay, but with RPGs, you're here for the story, mainly. And characters. But problem 2. The story... Okay, I should actually say my rage for late. I should actually lower my voice right now. Because, like, technically the battle system, while it is an unequivocally negative thing, that's not what makes... It's not what makes me so angry at the game. And it's not the story either. It is heavily unfocused. Like, I'm not gonna go into spoilers again, but basically it's just so unfocused. Nothing gets explored properly. It doesn't know when to focus on the wedding subplot, the Kingdom of Lucius, or the Lucius bloodline, or like, and like, the wedding subplot doesn't work because Luna Freya is just a non-character. Like, she's just not a character. She's a plot device. And then the Kingdom of Lucius is, like, very poorly explored, because, like, the apocalypse-esque moment where, like, the kingdom goes down, that happens in Chapter 2, at the beginning of Chapter 2 of 14. Because, like, Chapter 15 is, like, the post-game, I think. And so, we don't get to learn anything about the Kingdom of Lucius. Like, very little, actually. And then therefore, the Lucius bloodline also gets poorly explored. Especially since, like, it's not really utilized in the narrative until Arden shows up and starts doing shit. Until, like, the second half of the game. Like, supposedly it's meant to be Noctis learning about what it means to be king. No focus on that. Or, like, Arden's never-ending war with the Lucius bloodline. Shoehorned at the end. And it's just hard for me to give a shit about anything. I don't know if this is true, but something I hear a lot, mostly as a joke about 15, is that it's a BTS boy band simulator. I'll leave it at that. We'll get there. Oh yeah, and I forgot to bring up how exploitable the game is with potions, but Super Eye Patch Wolf, like, probably sums it up best in his video. I will say one disagreement I have with that is the lodging thing, where he says, like, the campsites have, like, extra moments, have, like, optional side moments, but you're de-incentivized to go after them because of how much experience you get from the lodgings and how easy it is to earn money. I actually disagree with that, because a lot of times, especially when you're level grinding, you're going to be out in the field, and, like, Ignis is not going to want you to, like, drive at night. And so, like, sometimes you just have to go to a campfire. Especially since it's the only way you're able to cook for free. Have fun with your shower. Okay. Alright. Thanks for tuning in. Anyways. And, yeah. Lives and dies with yaoi. Okay. Problem 3. I fucking hate Prompto. I hate him more than Morgana. Genuinely. Okay, actually no. Morgana is, like, Morgana has worse writing, but Prompto I find more annoying than Morgana. 100%. And just reminds me of why I used to dislike Robbie Daymond as a voice actor. Used to! And as a voice actor. Robbie Daymond's a national fucking treasure. Especially, like, the more roles he got, the more he grew on me as a voice actor. Like, stuff like Akechi, Hubert from Three Houses, Yeah, Persona 5 Morgana, to be correct. Prompto is just fucking worthless. He serves no purpose, aside from giving you the shittiest comic relief of all fucking time. And he never shuts up! Okay, sorry. Not supposed to do that. And, like, he's just straight up a miscast. I was just, like, reimagining most of his lines in the voice of, like, James Arnold Taylor. And it made more sense to me. Robbie Daymond just does not make this character fun. In fact, I'm also gonna get flack for this, but I think Ray Chase's Noctis sucks. Yeah, I'm going there. People massively overhype Ray Chase's boring performance and take as Noctis. In a more prestigious kingdom, he's just a lazy fucker with minimal personality expression. Like, Noctis has a personality, but Ray Chase isn't good. But Ray Chase doesn't know how to like, bring out that personality. And that sucks for me to say, because I love Ray Chase. He's one of my favorite voice actors. But for people who say that his breakout role is still one of his best, the fuck it isn't! Okay, again, not raising voice. Okay. But Prompto, I hate his deliveries. I genuinely wanted to fucking punch him more than once. Whereas with Morgana, I only felt the need to punch him twice. With Prompto, it was at least 10 times I wanted to punch the fuck out of him. I fucking hate this guy. Well, let's simmer down, because we're not at the most infuriating part of the game yet. Let's talk about the DLC. Now, obviously, separating this DLC outside the story just for additional content, bad thing. No way around it. But, I will admit, the DLC episodes are definitely better than the base game. Prompto looks more like a Max Middleman. Yeah, he kind of does, actually. Yeah, I can see that. But anyways, episode Gladiolus, I actually thought was pretty good. It is my favorite in terms of gameplay, cause like, unlike Noctis where you're just flailing shit and like your attacks just have no impact at all, not even with the heavier weapons. With Gladio, you can actually feel the impact in all of his sword swings. And also, there's also, oh yeah, Ray Chase's Roy is fantastic. I love that. And like, it also has there's also a mechanic where you're able to just like pick up giant stone pillars and beat the shit out of people with them for no other reason other than you just can if you want to. And it's great! And it also has fucking Mick Gordon-esque soundtrack music. Like, listen to the trial battle theme. Actually, no. Right now, we're gonna listen to the trial battle theme and just try to tell me you don't hear Mick Gordon or Doom. Like, we're gonna listen to another track from this banging ass soundtrack, chat. Trial battle. Let me just and then let's listen to this. Just tell me you don't hear Doom when listening to this. Listen to those drums. Fucking guitar. But thanks to the choir, still feels Final Fantasy. Have a good one, Lamo. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. Now here's the main melody. Oh yeah, Robbie Damon is great in WarioWare. I also have to say, admit that. Banger, fucking banger, fucking banger. Common Final Fantasy 15 soundtrack W. As the only W it's capable of getting, gotta be real. Okay. Yeah. Now that I think about it, the only roles that Robbie Damon had in a form of media I've experienced are Mephiles and Shadowgens, and Virgil and Netflix May Cry, funnily enough. I haven't heard his Netflix role, but as Mephiles, it's fine. I at least understand the casting, though. It's just a little high-pitched for my liking, but that's not Robbie's fault. But anyways, and the narrative for episode Gladiolus is very, very simple, but it's short and sweet. Like, it doesn't try to act bigger than it actually is. Like, that it's not super deep. It's not trying to be. It's just supposed to be a story about someone's growth, and it works. But the episode Prompto, I mean, it's mainly in terms of gameplay. Like, the story was alright. It actually lets Aranea fucking do something for once. Like the main story where she's just used as, like, a friendly rival for, like, 2 scenes and then never does anything else. I still see Sonic being the prime example of music carrying a whole franchise despite his poor reputation for Decade Real. But, like, gameplay-wise, it has a lot of weird things about it. Like, the gunplay, at least with your main weapon, just feels really clunky. And, like, you can use other weapons that feel much more natural to use. But you can only get them from certain weapon shelves. And, like, in most battles, they're, like, too far spread apart, and, like, you have to walk from one end of the battlefield to another. And it's, like, it's just so annoying, man. Come on. Like, it's just so annoying. And also, the game's side quests are all based around the fucking snowmobile, which is only used for not even a full minute in the main story. So, like, why the fuck would I care about the snowmobile? Why can't the upgrades go to my fucking guns? That makes more sense. What are we doing here? Welcome back, Falco. Anyways. But, yeah, again, the story was pretty good. It was the one time I didn't want to beat the shit out of Prompto. Okay. I keep telling myself I'm not supposed to raise my voice, but I keep doing that anyway. But anyways, now I get to talk about something unequivocally good. Episode Ignis. Easily the best part of the game for me. Like, the way they utilize the phasing mechanic is what Noctis's phasing mechanic should have been. Because if you're just holding it normally, it actually depletes. Unlike in the base game where the phase meter only depletes when you dodge an attack, and even then, you only lose like a tiny bit of meter for it. Yeah, Ignis is great. Absolutely. Anyways. And also, the Raidus fight just slapped. Like, they fucking cooked with it. Like, this story made Ignis my favorite character in the game. And I mean that, and I don't mean that as like a passive-aggressive, I don't mean that as a backhanded compliment at all. I mean that as a genuinely good thing. Like, a genuine positive. Like, it just consistently made Ignis a really good character for me. Yeah, the cook was cooking. And, like, about phasing, it does, like, refill way faster than it does in base game, but, like, the moment-to-moment gameplay is based around fighting large hordes of enemies, so that's fine. Okay. But now, we get to the main reason why this game absolutely pisses me off so much. And it's not for the reasons you might think. What Thorgy roster was Ignis in? Like, was it... Did he make a new Dissidia roster? Alright, but anyways. That is the side quests. Now you might be thinking why side quests are such a big deal for me here. And it's kind of a more elaborate reason. And yes, we are going into what you might think I'm getting into. But let's start small. First of all, virtually none of the side quests expand the story or world building at all. Automatic red flag. There's no excuse, and in 2016, it's just no excuse. The Tales games have had side quests, because like side quests in games like this are meant to like either expand some minor aspects of the world building, or tie up some like minor loose ends for one of the supporting cast. The Tales games have had side quests like this before 15 released. Xenoblade has had side quests like this before and even around the time when Final Fantasy 15 released. Fucking Yakuza has had side quests like this before 15 released. And it didn't even go into RPGs at the time, like during this time. And fucking Persona should go without saying, cause a lot of the appeal is based around how side quests are meant to help you like grow bonds with characters and like learn more about your area, like your living area, in your community. Hell, Final Fantasy itself has had side quests like this before 15, numbered entries, like 7, where you have 2 optional characters, one of which being Vincent, with a lot of lore. I haven't even played the original Final Fantasy VII, and I know that. Yeah, even Western RPGs are like this. I haven't played too many Western RPGs, but yes, they do. They were like this. But Final Fantasy 15? Nope. Damn near every single side quest in this game is a fucking odd job. Or a fetch quest. Or an elite enemy kill. Only one of them, at least out of the ones I played, had any substantial storytelling to it. That being the Deadeye Behemoth, I think it was. The only exception... Yeah, Fallout and Elder Scrolls, mainstream examples. Yeah, of course. The only exception to this are the Royal Arms side quest. Where, like, you at least get some elaboration on, like, the older kings of Lucius, Noctis's ancestors. But they are among the only missable side quests in the game. And they only show up for half of a chapter. They're only let me repeat that. The only side quests, the only missable side quest, the only side quests that expand on the world building at all are not only among the only missable side quests in the game, but they aren't even accessible for a full chapter. And while you do get some indicators from one of your party members that, like, while you do get one of your, like, you do get an indicator from one of your party members that, like, you can go to one of the, you can look for one of the Royal Arms, but no, it's not for every single one of them. No. I mean, technically, like, it eventually becomes, like, accessible in post-game, but only because it does a thing where, like, the post-game is literally just, like, you're able to time travel to previous chapters for some reason, so, like, they had to do it in a really awkward way for no reason, and I don't like that. And, like, put this into perspective. I'm showing, like, on screen, you can see the how long to beat section, which, again, how long to beat, not a definitive answer as to how long you'll be playing a game. Everyone's playtime will be different, whether it's the main story or completionist. However, my main point is, the way that How Long to Beat works is that players get to submit how long it took them to play a game, be it main story, main and extra, or completionist, and it averages them out into a single time frame. And as you can see, main story, 27.5 hours. Main and extra, 56.5 hours. Completionist, 116 hours. Now again, this is not going to be everyone's experience. Some people are going to finish the main story quicker or longer. It depends. And also, main and extra doesn't really give an indication as to how many extras the player does. But even being as charitable as possible, saying that main story rounds up to 30 hours, main and extra rounds down to 50 hours, and completionist rounds down to 100 hours. You will have to be playing over 3 times for 3 times as long as you did in the main story for fucking odd jobs and shitty minigames and annoying fetch quests that make the items you need super hidden for no reason. And they blend in with the environment too much. Fucking hate it. But believe it or not, that still isn't what makes me angry with this game so much. Here's what it is. Remember the DLC? Remember the DLC episodes? I loosely mentioned how they were announced before the game's initial release. And they were chopped off, and they essentially chopped off moments in the story for $5.99 DLC packs. And as Art pointed out, the game had a extreme development hell. 10-year development hell. And eventually, the team made a conscious decision to section off parts of the story to sell as DLC. And also in other adaptations, like Final Fantasy 15 had a movie, an anime series, like an anime miniseries, and a novel. Did nobody on the team think to put any of those in the fucking side quests? Did nobody? 10 years. And nobody mentioned it? Nobody thought to do that? Are you fucking kidding me? I very rarely get angry with games like this. I swear. Like, yeah, I'll get some gamer rage moments, but outside of that, I very rarely get mad with games. But holy shit! This is inexcusable. Fucking inexcusable. No way around it. You had 10 years to make the game. You knew, and they knew they were going to section off parts of the story in other areas. Why were none of them in the side quests? And that's the thing. That's ultimately my biggest problem with the game. It feels like it actively does not want me to feel invested in anything. It doesn't want me to care about the gameplay. It doesn't want me to care about Eos. It doesn't want me to care about the characters. It doesn't want me to care about the fucking world building. So why the fuck would you ever ask me to do these fucking odd jobs for a completionist? Knowing they could have been actually relevant to the fucking narrative. Inexcusable. Fucking inexcusable. I'm so happy I never have to acknowledge this game again after this. Not in a video form, at least. Fuck, fuck, fuck Final Fantasy 15. People say it's overhated. No, they are wrong. This game is not getting hated enough. Mostly, because it admittedly does have an obnoxious fandom. But this, no. Worst handling of the DLC ever. Worse than Street Fighter Cross Tekken's on this DLC bullshit. Worse than Asura's Wrath having its true ending locked behind a fucking paywall. Worse than Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, Dragon Ball FighterZ, and Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle announcing so many DLC characters before the game even comes out. And very likely having them on the disc as well. Or in the game's file somewhere. This game, Final Fantasy 15, has a DLC handled worse than those. Alright. I'm gonna get a body armor. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna get a drink so that I can cool down, especially since it's 11 p.m. right now, and I reckon my neighbors are trying to sleep, so I should just cool it right now. Alright, let me get some water. Alright. I do want to say one more thing, but I swear I'm calm now. I kind of missed the fact that, like, my favorite game of all time, Tales of Xillia 2, also has odd jobs for majority of its side quest. But first of all, there's at least an in-canon, in-story reason for it, and second of all, there were a majority of them at least had, like, a little relevance to world building. Like, even the elite enemies had, like, a little side, had, like, a cute little side story where, like, it was actually an evil, like, cartoonishly evil scientist trying to screw you over, like, and then just revives all the elite monsters as stronger versions, and he's like, "Wah! I bet you can't do this!" And it's charming. It's charming. Also, Xillia 2 has way better things going on in the main story. Alright. But thankfully, I enjoyed Final Fantasy 16. I think I'll put it above the God of War games. In comparison, this game's story is way, way, way more focused. Even if it's like mainly centered around one character, which is kind of a shame, because like a lot of the most iconic and best Final Fantasy games like are all about like a group of misfits coming together to take down a greater evil, and like there's also like, and like it also has that whole power of friendship thing. But I actually really like how this game handles it. Like, even though there's only one... Sentry vs. Super Warring Prime is actually pretty interesting. But anyways, even though there's only one playable character with, at most, guest characters, like there's Sid, there's Wade, there's Jill, and like, there's also Torgal where you get to perform doggo combos, God bless the dog combo. But anyways, like, I won't go into spoilers, but a major theme of Clive's arc is that he always feels the need to, like, carry its burdens by himself. But he's actively getting scolded for it. Like, constantly. Okay, not necessarily scolded, but it clearly does not work out for him that much. And so it's like... And in a sense, that part of his character arc actually taps into the very same themes of the power of friendship that older Final Fantasy games used to have. And that's fucking awesome. That's actually really fucking cool. Also helped that Clive is one of my favorite Final Fantasy protagonists. Easy. Like, I genuinely couldn't really give much of a shit about most of the characters from 15. But 16? Yeah. We love Clive. Ben Starr, Clive deserves all the glazing. 100%. Alright, and then the gameplay. It's not perfect, but I did enjoy it. I especially, again, doggo combos. Doggo combos are peak, so your argument's invalid. Argument invalid. We have doggo combos. Does your favorite game have doggo combos? Doubt it. Okay, anyways. One of my friends clowns on Clive because of him being an unwanted Tekken guest character. Sounds like a skill issue for your friend. Gonna say it. Yeah. Alright, and I think that I like the customization of it, where you have to like... Where like you can upgrade every single one of your moves, but when you fully upgrade one of them, you can also use them with an icon ability. Like for instance, like if you have like a Garuda as your main icon ability, and like you fully upgrade a Bahamut skill, you can actually like use that Bahamut ability with Garuda. And like it also helps that like every single one of the icons have like their own distinct playstyles. Like Ifrit and Phoenix, pretty standard. Garuda is all about air combos and like forcing your enemy to fight up close and personal. Bahamut is all about distance. Titan is all about having a strong defense and countering options. And Odin is just an entirely new way of playing, and I mean that in the best way. Which, actually, I'll get into a bit of a... I'll get to the asterisk later, but... Yeah, Odin is like Virgil. It really is. And, like, you can be super... And, like, you can be super creative with a lot of the... With the customization. And also the bosses are really good, like... The Titan fight. Titan fight. Genuinely one of my favorite boss fights in all of video games. In terms of gameplay, in terms of scope, in terms of music. Titan Lost fucking slaps, man. But we've listened to enough music and I want to finish the stream up as fast as possible, so yeah. But yeah, the gameplay does have its problems. Like, at the end of the day, it's aggressively simple. No way around it. Like, I never really felt like I had to put much thought into a lot of into a lot of the enemy encounters. Also, there's just no post-game, which makes me sad. Yeah, I heard about the new Dissidia game on mobile, and like Clive is in it. Yeah, and also, while I do love a lot of the bosses, like not just the Titan fight, but also the Bahamut fight was really good. Like the Garuda fight was a great first boss. Like, and even though the Ifrit, and like when you control Ifrit in the first boss fight, it is a little janky at first, but it becomes way better as it becomes way better by the second fight onward. Yeah, it's more fun that way. And then okay. But like early on, they introduced a mechanic where depending on what icon ability you have, you can actually like do another. You can actually like cripple the boss at a certain point, and it's like, and like once you get Garuda, and then you fight the next boss, or like it also works on generic enemies as well, but like it's mainly used in boss fights. But if you use your Garuda's Deadly Embrace when you stun an enemy, you'll extend the length of the stun, and that's actually a really cool way to expand on your icon abilities. Just one problem. That's the only time they go through with that idea. It could have been so much more, man. Like maybe having a cinematic counter with Titan block, or like maybe if you set, or maybe like maybe with Odin you can activate a unique stun or something, or with maybe you could do something with Bahamut where it's like concentrated laser with like some drones or whatever, like that only works against bosses under specific conditions. And yeah, I just feel like it kind of wastes that idea, and it's sad, especially since a lot of enemies get recycled throughout the game. Because like you end up fighting the same like enemies and mini bosses over and over and over again with like minimal variation. It doesn't quite get to God of War Ragnarok levels of annoying. It doesn't get there, but it does get to a point where it's tedious. And also the pacing is really bad. But I will say, one of my favorite things about it is how it handles side quests. First of all, side quests actually mean a fucking thing in the game's world building and narrative. And second of all, there are plenty of side quests, and a lot of them have plenty of back and forth. But one of the best things this game does, it's like, after you finish a side quest, it gives you an option to fast travel to the main objective. And when I saw that, I literally screamed, hallelujah! That genuinely, whoever thought to include that, they deserve a raise and a decade-long paid vacation. Fucking thank you. Because the side quests do have a lot of back and forth. So it's really nice that they have a built-in fast travel feature specifically for those side quests. God fucking bless. Guys, stop talking about Clive versus Dante. Anyways, but as far as the pacing goes, yeah, the pacing's not great. Like, right off the bat, there are 2 time skips within the first act, and it's really weird. Like, there's a reason for the first one, and there's kind of a reason for the second one, but... And, like, it's just to establish, like, a specific plot point that involves one of the guest characters. No, I won't spoil which one. Because it's actually compelling in context of the narrative. But there are way too many moments where it's like, you sit down, watch a really long cutscene, and then as you move to your next objective, you have to sit down and watch another really long cutscene. Then you have to go back to another place, watch another really long cutscene. And it's like, there are just way too many moments where you're just like kind of waiting for the game to get to the point. Because when it does get to the point, it's fucking phenomenal. Genuinely. Peak moments in the story. And boss fights. Genuinely. It's just that sometimes it just decides to be aimless and derp. And again, no fucking post-game. I want to use more Odin. Why would you let me? And like the fact that there's no like post-game dungeon or bosses to let that happen, or even a new game plus, which lets me carry over all my icon abilities, all you really get is like a Final Fantasy mode, which like on paper it's novel since it plays more like classic Final Fantasy, where it has like random encounters that like it also has the possibility where you're able to like fight either lower leveled enemies or like super higher leveled enemies that like you really need to lock in for, like the older Final Fantasy games. It's a novel concept, but it's not something that entices me personally. I'd rather just have a traditional post game at that point. And yeah. But yeah, I still say I enjoyed Final Fantasy 16. It didn't blow me away like I would have wanted it to. Even though it did come close at points, but I still say I liked the game noticeably more than I didn't. And that's why it's in B tier. Okay. But up next, it's Tales of Graces F Remastered. Like, I played the game on PS3 all, like, years ago. Like, during my senior year of high school. And, like, while I liked it, I didn't love it. But then I played the remaster, and it's weird because, like, I definitely saw some Tales games, like, a vocal minority of Tales games relative to them, obviously. Like, glazing Graces F so much, especially its gameplay. And, like, I didn't really get it at first. But then I played the remaster, and I fucking get it now. Holy shit. I get it. The gameplay's really fucking good. And, like, normally, Graces F is, like, a B-tier Tales game. Like, I probably put it around, like, probably here, maybe? Tales community is generally pretty chill. Except for, like, a Velvet stance or, like, the Wanda stance of JRPGs. But, like, anyways, normally Tales of Graces F would go here, but the remaster, I just had such a great time with it, it goes in A tier. I'll put it above Superman. It was and again, I still think this is like one of the best possible starts for the Tales of Remaster project. Because Graces F is just in that fine line, because like, it's like, well, why didn't they go with something like Abyss, or one of the games that never got an overseas release, like Destiny 2, or Rebirth? Well, the Namco did say that a big reason was because it is, like, they're not really sure. There's no, like, inherent plan as to which games are gonna get remastered. Yeah, people got upset about Berseria getting a remaster since it's already playable on modern console. It was already playable on modern consoles that weren't from Nintendo. But generally speaking, I say that, but like, Graces F is just the fine line where it's not necessarily one of the most beloved Tales games, but its niche popularity is big enough to where it's still gonna attract enough Tales fans to make the remaster project take off. Because I still stand that if they started with a remaster of Abyss, of Abyss, and that game flopped, that'd be fucking horrible for the remaster project. Because this highly anticipated game didn't do as well as people gaslit Namco into thinking. Okay, not gaslit, that's not fair. Abyss is a beautiful game. It's my second favorite Tales game. But like, they wanted to go with Tales of Graces F so that if it does underperform, because they don't need to put that much stakes into it, so that if Graces F Remastered did underperform, it wouldn't be nearly as damning. But thankfully, I think Graces F Remastered actually did pretty well. And as far as I can tell, so have the other Tales remasters, except for, like, I don't know how Berseria Remastered did. I know Exilia Remastered did pretty decently. Oh yeah, Tales of Eternia Remaster is so fucking hype. Genuinely. And they redubbed the game. Thank you! Thank you! That's an actual fucking good still got bliss. Like, Forrest's voice especially sounds so fucking good. Alright. To be fair, the popular games are the ones that are getting remastered. Example, Silent Hill 2, no shade to Grace, and Silent Hill just staying how it is. Yeah. Yeah, and Bamco did say that, like, they're going by which games are able to get remastered first, because, like, making a remaster takes a lot more work than one would think. Obviously not as much like a fully new game or even a remake, but even just porting it from one console to the next is not as straightforward as people think. And Bamco has at least been open about that. And so, like, as much as I would love for them to just get on with the Exilia 2 remaster, or, like, maybe give us, like, a Tales of Destiny collection, where we get Destiny DC, specifically Destiny DC, Director's Cut, and Destiny 2. At the same time, and, like, as much as I would like them to just give us the Exilia 2 remaster already, because I honestly think, I still stand that it should have been, like, a duology, but, hey, they said it is coming. The Game Awards should really start to have a Best Remake Remaster category. Depends. Minus why Final Fantasy Tactics had to be remade from scratch because Square Enix lost the source. Yeah. And Masahiro Sakurai also said that, like, the reason why they were, like, Smash 4 and Ultimate had to port so much from Brawl, for instance, is because, like, they didn't have the source code for, like, 64 or Melee anymore. They only had Brawl. And so, like, Dr. Mario had to be remade from scratch, and Mewtwo had to be remade from scratch. And, like, even in Ultimate, all the other lost characters from Melee, like Pichu, Young Link, and, well, they had to be remade from scratch as well. Yeah. Okay. I believe Soul Hackers 2 should be next. Yep! For longtime subscribers should know that I have relatively complicated, but generally positive opinion on Persona 5. It's still the only Atlas game I played, and still the only Persona game that I actually will play, unless if like, I have a reason to play Persona 4 or 3. But I still wanted to try another Atlas game, and, like, during the time I played this, I did have a couple of my mutuals glazing Soul Hackers 2. And then I came across it on PS Plus, saw that I could download it for free, and I was like, okay, let's give it a try. And I think the best way I can describe this game, yeah, I'm glad that Persona 4 is getting a remaster, even if I'm not going to play it. I think the best way I can describe Soul Hackers 2 is that it would have been a masterpiece if it was released 20 years ago. And I say that because, like, it does do things that, like, modern games really wouldn't want to be caught dead with. But it doesn't, but at the same time, it doesn't do anything inherently bad. Like, and it isn't, like, Megami Tensei, but I think it's adjacent enough. Oh, really? Was it meant to be a Mega 10 game? Well, I mean, it technically isn't a Mega 10 game. Like, it's a Soul Hackers game. But, anyways, yeah. And what worked? I liked Ringo as a protagonist. Like, she's fun, she has a decent... She has, like, a likable personality. And a personality, at least. Like, the supporting cast is fine, but aside from Saitso, not super unique. They work for what they are, but, like, Arrow and Melody aren't that memorable. But Ringo is, like, the driving force of the party, and thankfully, she happens to be the most memorable character. Oh yeah, Ringo has some amazing expressions. Like, you should look up her troll face. It's fucking funny. Rivals Velvet Crow's troll face for, like, funniest face in gaming. Funniest girl face in gaming. And, like, the premise is awesome, because it's, like, you're trying to help humans find a reason to live. It's like, genuinely really cool. Really cool stuff. And like the side content, well, there's lots of incentives to do it. Like even the soul chambers, I think they're called. It's like a dungeon where it's technically required at first, but the full extent of it is like optional and presumably only accessible through post game. And it's also, and like you gotta beat through a majority of it to unlock the true ending. Like you have a route for Arrow, Milady, and Saitso, and you gotta clear the main story sections of both to like as one method to unlock the true ending. And I do like how demons help you out in dungeons. Like, they can help you find items, help you recruit other demons, even though it is kind of annoying when, like, you're able to recruit a demon only for you to be under level. So it's like, why the hell did you do that? That's, okay, rude. And there are some other problems, like, the premise is great, but it kind of drops the ball by the end. I won't go into spoilers, but the resolution and ending is half-baked. I'll just say that much. And, like, most of the dungeons suck, and they just kept getting worse and worse and worse as time went on. Too much back and forth, too many shitty mechanics and uniqueness. Oh, and y'all gotta see the map. Y'all gotta see the map. You can't make this up. Look at that map. Look at the fucking map. Look at that. That is actually what it can look like. They couldn't have, like, put the map in a circle, or, like, you have it click a button and you get to turn it, like, show it, or turn it off. That's the map! And, like, you're also able to move the map with the D-pad for some fucking reason. And that's because, like, you see how Ringo is, like, in the center of the camera? Like, what every other video game like, what every other playable character in a single-player game should be? This isn't even the default. Like, the actual default is, like, they put your character all the way to the left side of the fucking screen. And it feels so fucking cursed, man. It's not, no, it's, like, I'm getting plenty of Metroidvania stuff, but it's not even Metroidvania-like. Like, not even close. Genuinely not. Excuse me. Oh, and another thing, this is, like, this kind of goes into spoiler territory, but, like, I'm not gonna go into any specifics, so, like, the reason why I mean, it is kind of a dungeon crawler, in a sense, but I'm also hesitant to call it that, because the thing about dungeon crawlers is that the dungeons are supposed to be good. Okay, there is, like, a hotel, or, like, building dungeon that's with elevators that's pretty alright. But it does have an annoying ventilation mechanic, so soul for a soul, I suppose. Anyways. See the screen? This is your soul level. It's also necessary, like, you gotta max all three soul levels to like, as another way to get the true ending. Like, you need to do this, then do their soul chambers. Actually, you need to upgrade their soul levels to even access the extent of the soul chambers to, like, that you need for the true ending. And, like, you can do that by, like, doing some side events with them. So, like, there's a lot of ways to increase them. Even if a majority of it you do have to, like, look up a guide to find some, like, hidden special items that can activate certain conversations. And it is kind of odd. But anyways, it does that thing from, I'm gonna say it again, Tales of Xillia 2, where you're given like more than one option for dialogue, but only one of them actually like increases your character affinity. Or like you're only able to increase it for one character at a time. But the thing is, Exilia 2 does this way better than Soul Hackers 2. And that's because initially they don't tell you which character is unlocks the infinity which character affinity grows with you, depending on what answer you need to pick. You have to think about. You actually have to think about the choices. Whereas with Soul Hackers 2, as you can see, you instantly know which character's soul level is going to increase by the option. I mean, like, in New Game Plus, Exilia 2 does give you the option to, like, let the game tell you whose character affinity increases with what options. But, like, it's New Game Plus. The only reason you'll be playing it is if you're trying to get the Platinum Trophy. So, like, they're just giving you a leg at that point, and that's fine. And also, the thing about the choices from Exilia 2, they actually felt like real responses. Like, they felt way more natural. Whereas here, like, a majority of the choices, like it's literally just, it's basically just saying the character's name, and you increase their soul level. And that's just not interesting. And it doesn't feel, and like, it doesn't feel like you're actually growing bonds with these characters. The Soul Chambers make up for it, I will say that. But with these choices, no, it doesn't do it nearly as well. And I think, yeah, I think the best way to turn off to end this part of the stream is just to show this face for Ringo. Like, Ringo, why you try? Ringo, I'm watching your stream. Why you trying not to laugh? That's disrespectful as fuck, bro. Oh my gosh, yeah, Ringo has so many iconic facial expressions. Please, Ringo, I need this. Whew. All right. My mama got homeless. All right. And you know what? It's getting really, really late. It's been 4 hours and it's 11:30 at night. I reckon most of y'all want to go to bed. So, like, I think I'll end the stream here. And, like, I'll end this part of the stream and we can finish the rest of this tier list next time. So, like, yeah. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Y'all better be enjoying your summer. And I'll see you for part 2.